Hello, friends, and welcome back to Moonlight Science. Tonight, let's drift far beyond the quiet silver glow we know to a time that might have been. Imagine looking up into the night sky and seeing not one moon, but three. Their pale lights weaving across the heavens, tugging at the oceans, painting the world below in shifting tides and trembling gravity. This isn't just fantasy. It's a question hidden in the mathematics of planetary birth. Could Earth once have worn three crowns in the sky? What would that world have felt like, sounded like, been like? Let's find out together. Close your eyes and stay with me beneath that imagined sky. The story begins far earlier than campfires and coastlines. When Earth was young and fever-bright, its crust still thin as an orange peel over a deep, convecting heart. Worlds are not born tidy. They come from collisions, mountain-sized stones meeting at tens of kilometers a second, heat pouring out like breath on glass. In that unruly nursery, a wandering protoplanet the size of Mars, what we now call Theia, came screaming in on a crossing path. The impact was not a single sound, but a sequence. Rocks shearing, oceans of silicate flashing to vapor, iron cores ringing like struck bells. Earth groaned, swallowed, and spat. A cloud of incandescent rubble rose higher than any mountain could ever dream, arcing into night that did not yet exist. Within that luminous halo, gravity began its quiet, patient craft. Where we come from, the pieces eventually gathered into one sphere, cooling to the pearl we know as the moon. But the physics never promised uniqueness, only the rules of mass, distance, and time. In another roll of the cosmic dice, the cloud did not knit into one companion. It broke into families, one large embryo and two lesser bodies, each shepherding its own stream of shards, each nudged and nicked by the other's soft but insistent tug. Think of beads in a whirlpool, finding lanes, then locking into a slow dance. The biggest clump drew matter to itself, rounding under its own pull. The two smaller ones stayed hungry and restless, sweeping clear the lanes that would become their orbits. At first, the newborn moons were not serene. Their faces were liquid bruise and fire, crusts floating like rafts on magma seas. Every hour, meteoric hail from the leftover cloud stitched new scars. Earth, still reeling, raised tidal bulges in those hot infants. The infants answered with tides of their own, tugging the planet's skin into long ovals that marched westward as Earth spun beneath them. With each pass, friction stole a breath of rotation from the planet, lengthening day by heartbeats, then seconds, then minutes. In exchange, the moons drifted outward, trading the violence of their birth for distance, and, with distance, a cooler fate. For a time, thousands of years at first, then hundreds of thousands, the system teetered on a knife's edge. The small moons could not wander too close to Earth's Roche limit, where tides shred a body into rings. Nor could they pass too near one another without stirring resonances that shook their paths apart. But sometimes chaos breeds order. The trio found a cadence, the largest moon circling on the outer lane, stately and bright. The middle moon inside it, faster by a beat. The littlest closer still, knitting rapid circles like a silver moth. Their periods fell into a near commensurate pattern, each overtaking the next in predictable embraces, gravity speaking to gravity in the simplest language the universe knows. Ratio. Beneath them, oceans gathered from comet water and degassing mantle, pooling in the seared basins left by the impact. The three lights wrote an unwieldy script into those newborn seas. When one climbed the sky alone, tides rose and fell with sensible grace. When two aligned, the water leaned farther, churning sills and shoals, When all three briefly shared a meridian, the seas flexed like a living thing, currents roaring through narrows, foam combing new shores clean. Coastlines did not sit still. They advanced and retreated by meters in an afternoon, teaching the first shores a rhythm with too many drums to count. Night, when it arrived in longer breaths, was not quite night. Even through a breathless atmosphere, ash and steam thinly veiled, the three moons laid down shadows with edges like knife blades. The largest cast a pale sun. The others braided its light into rippling patterns, as if the sky itself were a river seen through another river. On certain cycles, the inner moon shouldered in front of the sun, and day went copper. On rarer nights, two overlapped, and the world dimmed in layers, a soft-edged twilight that slid across continents like a hand closing. Creatures that would one day evolve eyes and circadian clocks would inherit this layered metronome. But for now, the light simply painted rock, cooled lava, and found reflection in pools that steamed like tea. Within the moons, tides were sculptors too. Their interiors flexed as they orbited not perfect circles, but slightly squashed ellipses, warming them from inside through constant kneading. The smallest, most elliptical traveler wore that heat poorly, fissuring along great arcs that vented vapor and frost. For a few million winters that never truly froze, geysers feathered space with ice dust, a thin ghost of a ring tracing the little moon's track, a veil that glowed when sunbeams struck it slantwise. The middle moon, less tortured, crusted over to a darker calm. The largest grew a thick ceramic face, its molten heart banked to embers that would pulse on through deep time. From the ground, if there had been ground-bound eyes to witness it, the dance felt inevitable, ordained. It was not. Every lap bled energy into heat. Every eclipse exchanged angular momentum like coins across a market stall. The system negotiated with itself, moment by moment, until terms emerged that could last longer than the scars of their making. Day lengthened toward the first 25 hours. The great winds slackened. Rains began in earnest, not yet rivers, but rehearsals of rivers. In the lull after violence, the sky cleared to a black you could fall into, and the three moons held their places long enough for oceans to remember them, for rocks to cool enough to take a footprint, for time to gather its breath before the next turn of the story. And so, under a ceiling of three white fires, Earth discovered the first thing that feels like destiny. Not a promise of peace, but a pattern stable enough for life to try. The heavens did not grow kinder, they grew regular. In that regularity, chemistry lingered, pools persisted, shores repeated their lessons. Gravity, having shouted, began to hum. The moons, having been born in ruin, became teachers of pull and patience, of cycles within cycles. Everything that followed would measure itself against their light. The air was still thick then, dense with water vapor, carbon dioxide, and the faint metallic tang of a planet cooling from its fever. Sunlight fought to break through, scattering into a bronze haze that bathed the young earth in perpetual dusk. But as the days lengthened, that veil began to thin. Volcanic storms quieted, ash settled into the oceans, and the first true glimpses of the heavens returned. When the clouds parted, what shone through was a sight no eye, human or otherwise, has seen since. The sky ruled not by one companion, but by three. They drifted in different orbits, each claiming its own kingdom of light. The largest moon, the elder, was slow and steady, its face broad and calm, glowing like a muted sun even in daylight. The second was smaller, paler, dancing closer to the planet, its light sharp and silver blue. And the third, the youngest, skimmed the heavens with restless speed, tracing its orbit in a matter of hours, its glow faint but quick, like a thought darting through the dark. Together they painted the night in layers. Shadows no longer came in single lines. They braided and split, weaving a shifting tapestry across mountains, seas, and plains. To stand beneath such a sky would have been to feel the planet alive above you. The light never truly left. When the great moon dipped below the horizon, the others still lingered, keeping night half awake. Their paths crossed and diverged, and on certain nights they aligned, 3 disks gliding in procession across the heavens. When that happened, the world shone like a lantern. Oceans caught their combined light and threw it back upward, and the atmosphere itself shimmered, glowing faintly even where no moon was directly visible. Night and day blurred into one continuous twilight, a rhythm unlike any that would come after. As the moons danced, they pulled the planet's oceans into wild syncopation. Tides no longer followed a gentle rise and fall, but a choreography of overlapping waves. When the outer moon and middle moon pulled in unison, whole coastlines vanished beneath the rush of water, only to retreat hours later under the tug of the smallest moon's counterforce. Currents collided and curled, spinning gyres that stirred nutrients from the deep into the sunlit shallows. The sea became a living laboratory, mixing elements and heat in patterns that changed with each new alignment in the sky. In those restless tides, chemistry found motion, and motion is the first whisper of life. Even the wind seemed to move with the moons. As air warmed and cooled under their competing lights, breezes shifted course, carrying vapor from ocean to highland and back again. Storms developed predictable tempers, cycling with lunar alignments, as if the atmosphere itself had learned to breathe in threes. In valleys where water pooled, steam rose to meet the moon's reflections, turning the nights luminous and soft, like a world dreaming of itself. Lightning flashed often, streaking across the sky and splitting into ribbons of color when it passed through different layers of mist, white, blue, and faintly green. To a watcher, had one existed, it might have seemed that the moons were conversing through light and thunder, their interplay echoing in both the heavens and the ground below. Over time, as the moons settled into their orbits, their light began to shape the rhythms of the earth itself. The cooling crust cracked and sighed, releasing heat that met the chill of night in long veils of fog. Where volcanic plains had once glowed molten, they now shimmered under reflected light. Minerals, freshly solidified from magma, glittered like wet glass. Some stones absorbed the different wavelengths of moonlight and began to fluoresce faintly. A world of glowing minerals, glowing water, glowing clouds. The earth was not yet alive, but it pulsed with radiance, as if rehearsing for it. Each moon brought its own kind of influence. The large one, serene and distant, set the base rhythm, a slow beat that governed the tides and kept the planet's spin in check. The middle one added tension, tugging slightly offbeat, creating patterns of rise and fall that never quite repeated. The smallest was a trickster, its quick orbit stirring unpredictability into the mix. Together, they taught the Earth the meaning of cycles that are stable yet never still, predictable yet forever changing, a rhythm that would one day find its echo in the beating of hearts and the shifting of seasons. And though no eyes yet looked upward with wonder, the sky had already become a storyteller. Its movements wrote memory into stone and water. Each eclipse left temperature traces in sediments. Each alignment stirred winds that shaped dunes and waves. And each fall of moonlight etched faint chemical marks in pools where simple molecules gathered. Those marks would outlast the moons themselves, written into the very foundation of the planet's story. The sky of three lights was more than a spectacle. It was the first great rhythm of the Earth, a metronome by which the planet learned to breathe. It balanced chaos with order, silence with motion, dark with brilliance. And beneath its shifting glow, the world was quietly preparing for something extraordinary. The tides that swelled, the lightning that struck, the minerals that shimmered, all were conspiring toward the same unseen purpose. Life was stirring, faint as phosphorescence beneath the waves, listening to the song of the three moons as if they were calling it to begin. The harmony did not last. Gravity, for all its grace, is never still. It is a conversation of endless negotiation, each body tugging at the others with invisible strings. The three moons and the earth beneath them were bound together in a web of constant motion, their orbits shifting in delicate, precarious balance. Every tide, every rotation, every flicker of heat deep within the planet carried traces of their struggle to coexist. What looked serene from afar, a trio of lights gliding across the heavens, was, beneath the surface, a ceaseless tug-of-war between worlds. Each moon pulled on the oceans, drawing the waters upward toward its mass, sculpting waves and dragging coastlines subtly out of shape. But their competing gravities rarely agreed. One moon might raise the sea, while another tried to pull it elsewhere. The result was chaos, the kind of chaos that doesn't destroy, but endlessly reshapes. Currents twisted upon themselves, creating spirals of warm and cold water that collided and merged. Some places were drowned beneath vast surges, while others dried into tide-bleached flats. In that restless border between land and sea, chemistry thrived. Molecules met and parted, meeting again by chance or by tide. Each movement brought the world closer to a threshold it didn't yet know it was approaching. The moons tugged not just on the oceans, but on the earth itself. The crust flexed under their influence, lifting and sinking by subtle degrees, the ground breathing in slow motion. Over millions of years, these oscillations left their fingerprints in fault lines and folded rock, evidence of a world gently kneaded by the pull of its own satellites. Beneath the crust, magma stirred in response, circulating like blood through widening arteries. Volcanic plumes followed the rhythm of the moons, sometimes erupting when all three aligned, their combined pull cracking open seams that had lain dormant. Fire answered gravity's whisper, and from that fire came air, carbon dioxide, water vapor, nitrogen, feeding the sky that would one day cradle storms and rain. The dance of gravity shaped more than rock and tide. It sculpted time itself. Each tug from the moons acted as a hand upon a spinning top, slowing Earth's rotation. What had once been a furious 6-hour day stretched to 10, then 12, then 15. The change was imperceptible in any single lifetime, but across the eons, it rewrote the rhythm of the planet. Winds softened, temperatures evened out, and day and night began to find their natural measure. The planet's heartbeat slowed, becoming steady enough to sustain complexity. What felt like loss, of speed, of motion, was in truth an act of creation. But the price of this stability was instability elsewhere. As the moons drifted outward, their orbits began to influence one another in more intricate ways. When the middle moon passed too near the outer one, their paths quivered, slightly altered by their mutual attraction. Sometimes, for a few centuries or a few million years, their gravitational rhythms locked together in resonance. Two moons tracing orbits whose periods fit into a simple ratio, like a cosmic duet. These resonances amplified tides and quakes, causing epochs of turbulence that left scars on every surface. Then, as their orbits drifted again, the system quieted, only to begin another cycle. In those quiet interludes, the world changed. The churning seas and trembling crust forged minerals unknown before. Under moonlit shallows, crystals formed that could trap energy from light or heat, holding it long enough for chemical reactions to unfold. Tiny patterns of order began to appear in the chaos. Molecules linking, breaking, and linking again in chains that remembered their own shapes. Gravity, in its tugging and tearing, had not merely sculpted the surface, it had given motion to matter itself, pushing it toward the threshold of living form. The moons, too, evolved in their own way. The smallest, nearest to Earth, felt the strongest pull. Its orbit grew erratic, its crust cracking with tidal strain. Each pass around the planet generated heat deep inside it, keeping its core molten and its surface restless. Volcanic fountains erupted into space, throwing plumes of dust and gas that glimmered faintly like halos in the upper atmosphere. The middle moon remained the most temperate, its orbit steady but sensitive. It was the metronome of the system, the one whose alignment could tip the balance either toward calm or catastrophe. And the great outer moon, slow and regal, watched over them both, its gravity steady but distant, guiding them like a shepherd star. To an observer, if such a creature had existed, the night sky would have seemed alive with movement. The moons rose and fell at shifting hours, sometimes all visible together, other times hidden one by one beyond the horizon. Their reflections mingled on the surface of the sea, creating shimmering lattices of silver that rippled and broke as waves rolled through. When they aligned perfectly, their combined pull could lift oceans higher than any storm, turning coastlines into temporary seas. When they opposed one another, the tides nearly vanished, leaving vast plains of wet sand under the ghostly glow of three shrinking crescents. The earth seemed to breathe with them. Inhale, exhale, each tide a heartbeat of stone and water. Gravity was not cruel in its persistence. It was simply patient. It tugged and tested until the system found balance, then tugged again to move it onward. Every rise of water, every quake of stone, every whisper of wind came from this endless dialogue between the planet and its moons. And though no consciousness yet existed to feel it, the pull of those three companions had already woven itself into the identity of the world. They were sculptors of destiny, unseen but omnipresent, shaping a future that would one day look back and wonder at the quiet power that turned chaos into rhythm, and rhythm into life. For a long while, the world seemed to breathe in rhythm with its moons, but beneath that fragile order, chaos was quietly gathering strength. The tides that once rose and fell with graceful regularity began to collide in unexpected ways. The three moons, each with their own distinct orbit and tempo, never moved in perfect harmony for long. Their gravitational chords slipped just slightly, and what had once sounded like music began to edge toward dissonance. It was not a sudden catastrophe, but a slow, deepening complexity, a rhythm too intricate for peace. The pull of the moons wove through every part of Earth's body. Oceans rose like lungs filling with breath, then collapsed back into themselves. Currents twisted in great spirals that no longer followed simple paths. Waves clashed from opposite directions, tearing at coastlines, grinding stone into sand. Mountains at the edges of continents rumbled and shifted, their roots tugged by the subtle flexing of the planet's crust. The whole world became an instrument, strummed by invisible hands. And yet, amid that chaos, something remarkable began to happen. The pattern did not vanish, it multiplied. Chaos, in its purest form, is never truly random. It folds and refolds itself, repeating in ways too intricate for easy measure. The Earth was learning that lesson. The triple tides sculpted coastlines into fractal shapes, curves within curves, bays echoing the form of the oceans that carved them. Rainstorms began to follow similar fractal paths, seeded by the interplay of heat, vapor, and the endless stirring of the atmosphere. The planet was becoming self-similar, its great systems mirroring one another, from the swirl of a cyclone to the eddy of a tide pool. The three moons had turned the world into a symphony of organized disorder. When the moons aligned in certain ways, the effect on the planet was dramatic. Entire regions flooded as all three pulled the seas in the same direction. And when they shifted apart again, the waters retreated violently, leaving behind vast mudflats shining under their mingled light. These alternating deluges and droughts created strange new cycles, rhythms within rhythms. Pockets of water that lingered between floods became chemical cauldrons. Under the warmth of sunlight by day and the cool blue shimmer of moonlight by night, reactions quickened, slowed, and quickened again, guided by the celestial pulse above. Lightning continued to lash across the thick skies, but it no longer struck at random. It followed the rhythm of the tides, discharging when air was thickest with vapor and ions. Each strike carried raw energy into pools where carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen mingled. Chains of molecules began to form, not yet alive, but no longer lifeless either. They folded and split, mirroring the chaotic pulse of their world. Energy flowed in loops instead of lines, self-sustaining, self-repeating. Life, though still unformed, was finding its rhythm within the rhythm of chaos. Even the moons themselves were not spared from the turbulence they caused. The smallest moon, dancing closest to Earth, found its orbit increasingly unstable. The gravitational push and pull between its companions nudged it into slight eccentricities that grew with every passing millennium. At times, it would drift too close, its crust shuddering as tidal forces twisted it. Geysers of molten rock burst from its fissures, painting streaks of glowing orange across its surface. The eruptions cast dust into orbit, forming ghostly rings that circled Earth like halos. For a time, the planet was wrapped in a veil of shimmering debris, reflecting moonlight back upon itself in soft glows that turned night into dream. On the surface below, this veil filtered sunlight and reshaped the seasons. Days grew dimmer, but longer. Heat more diffuse. Winds more constant. The storms that had once raged unpredictably now began to follow the lunar cycles, flaring and fading with the alignments of the three moons. Rivers carved patterns that echoed those alignments, branching, looping, converging. The planet was alive with correspondence, every motion connected to another, every act of destruction feeding creation elsewhere. And yet, there was tension in that beauty. Each moon's path was slightly unstable, and with each passing age, those instabilities deepened. The outer moon, the calm sentinel, felt its orbit stretch outward as the Earth's rotation slowed. The middle moon, caught between two masters, wavered in sympathy, its path becoming elongated, its gravitational grip loosening. The smallest, ever restless, began to wobble in its dance, dipping slightly out of plane. To look at the sky was to watch balance teeter at the edge of unraveling. But from Earth's surface, beneath those shifting lights, the chaos was not ruin. It was evolution. Every disruption brought change. Every imbalance birthed new possibilities. The seas, churned by conflicting tides, mixed chemicals faster than any quiet ocean could have. The atmosphere, stirred by triple gravitational cycles, carried storms across continents that spread minerals and warmth. Even the very stress in the crust drove the recycling of rock and element, drawing nutrients from deep within the planet and spreading them across the surface. Out of chaos, structure was emerging, not despite the disorder, but because of it. And somewhere in the shadow of 3 moons, on a coast that appeared and vanished with the tides, a pool of water rippled with faint luminescence. The energy of lightning and the pulse of gravity had coaxed simple molecules into fragile threads. They drifted, tangled, split, and rejoined, echoing the rhythm that ruled the planet. Against all odds, something new flickered into being, something that could copy itself, that could remember a pattern long enough to repeat it. The world had found its beat, and within that beat, life took its first trembling breath. The rhythm of chaos had become the rhythm of creation. The 3 moons had long ruled the heavens as restless partners, each tracing its own orbit, each pulling on the Earth and on the others in a ceaseless ballet of light and gravity. For millions of years, their motions had been wild but familiar, a rhythm that wove floods and calm into the fabric of the world. But then, one age came when their paths aligned in a way no pattern had before. It began with a slow drift, so subtle that even the tides barely noticed. Then, inch by inch, orbit by orbit, the alignment drew tighter. What followed would be remembered in the deep record of a stone and sky, the birth of the triple eclipse. At first, it was an ordinary darkening, one moon sliding across the sun's face as the others hung like pale ghosts beside it. Eclipses had happened before, their shadows sweeping across the oceans in waves of sudden twilight. But this time, something different stirred. The outer moon's long orbit brought it perfectly in line with the middle moon, and the smallest, racing on its inner path, arrived in the same corridor of shadow. For the briefest heartbeat of cosmic time, all 3 fell into a single thread of geometry, 3 spheres locked in perfect symmetry between the Earth and the blazing sun. The sky dimmed not gradually, but all at once. The sun's fire was carved into 3 layers of darkness, each moon stealing a piece of its brilliance. The first shadow was soft, the second deeper, the third absolute. Oceans, which had glittered moments earlier, turned black as ink. A chill spread across the land as winds fell silent, unsure of which way to turn without the guiding warmth of the sun. Lightning flickered in the distance, but without thunder, as though the atmosphere itself was holding its breath. The world stood beneath 3 overlapping disks of night, a trinity of shadows so vast that even the stars seemed to retreat. For animals not yet evolved to witness it, the triple eclipse was only a shift in light and temperature. But for the planet itself, the event was written in force. The combined gravitational pull of the 3 moons, perfectly aligned, drew the seas upward into a single global bulge. Tides rose hundreds of meters higher than ever before, swallowing coastlines, flooding basins, and carving new channels through mountain ranges softened by the pull. Entire shelves of rock cracked and tumbled into the waves, sending plumes of steam where magma met the sudden cold. For hours, the planet groaned under the strain of a gravity it could barely endure. When the alignment finally broke, the release was violent. The inner moon, flung slightly ahead in its orbit by the combined pull, wobbled out of sync, its path stretched and distorted. The tidal wave it had helped summon crashed back upon itself, rebounding across the globe in chaotic surges. Shock waves rippled through the mantle, shaking the crust and setting volcanoes roaring to life in chains of fire. Ash filled the sky again, filtering sunlight into eerie copper twilight. The earth, momentarily silenced, began to sing in quakes and storms. But from that turmoil, beauty was born. In the dim light that followed, the sky shimmered with bands of aurora unlike anything seen before. Charged particles from the storms danced along magnetic lines, forming curtains of green and violet light that stretched from pole to pole. The three moons, once aligned in perfect shadow, emerged one by one, each carrying the sun's reflection on its rim, each glowing through the haze like a lamp behind frosted glass. The darkness lifted not in abruptness, but in waves, as though the heavens were learning to breathe again. The aftermath reshaped more than the surface. The enormous tides had mixed oceans that had long been stratified, drawing nutrients from the abyss and spreading them into the shallows. In those enriched waters, life stirred anew. Single-celled organisms, already drifting in primitive colonies, multiplied in numbers unseen before, feeding on the bounty washed from volcanic rock and deep-sea vents. The sea turned faintly green with their bloom, a soft halo around continents freshly carved by the flood. The triple eclipse, though a fleeting alignment, had rewritten the chemistry of the world. The moons themselves bore the marks of what they had done. The smallest, thrown into a slightly higher orbit, carried new scars on its surface from the tidal stretching that had fractured its crust. The middle moon's path shifted just enough to alter its timing with the others, creating a new rhythm that would never repeat exactly the same way. The great outer moon, slow and steady, absorbed some of the chaos, its orbit smoothing as if it had taken the burden of the event upon itself. The three would never align so perfectly again. The triple eclipse had been a once-in-an-eternity balance, a heartbeat in the vast silence of cosmic time. And yet, its echoes lingered. The Earth's tilt wavered slightly after the event, altering the length of its seasons. Rainfall patterns shifted. Winds carried moisture farther inland, seeding new landscapes. The skies glowed a little differently at dusk. The air itself subtly changed by the gases vented from the quaking crust. Every cycle afterward, the tides, the winds, the day's slow turning, carried a memory of that moment when all the lights had gone out together. If there had been eyes to see it, the triple eclipse would have been both terror and awe made visible. A perfect shadow that united all things in darkness before returning them to light. But even without witnesses, the earth remembered. The mountains kept the tremor, the oceans kept the rhythm, and the first living cells carried within them the legacy of that alignment. The knowledge that creation often begins in darkness, when the world pauses between chaos and calm and waits for light to return. The triple eclipse had passed, but its memory lingered in the restless pulse of the oceans. They could no longer find stillness. The tides, once patterned by rhythm and restraint, now moved with fevered persistence, surging and retreating as though the world's heart had been quickened beyond control. The pull of three moons, each one drifting in slightly altered paths after the great alignment, created a perpetual state of motion. No shore knew quiet. The waters rose and fell in overlapping patterns, colliding upon themselves in vast rolling intersections. The earth had become a planet of oceans that never slept. Even when the moons stood apart in the sky, their competing gravities continued to stir the seas. Currents that once circled calmly around the equator now twisted north and south in unpredictable spirals, sometimes plunging into the deep, sometimes racing along the surface like veins of silver fire. Warm water met cold, salt met fresh, and the boundaries between them dissolved. The oceans were mixing, folding into themselves like a living body searching for balance. Each swell carried the echoes of distant storms. Each trough was the memory of a moon's pull, hours or days before. On the coasts, this ceaseless motion transformed the world. No coastline could hold its shape for long. Bays deepened, headlands collapsed, and whole archipelagos shifted beneath the waves. Where land sank, new deltas rose. Sediment poured down from mountains fractured by quakes, carried by rivers that had grown feral under the changing tides. When the waters retreated, they left behind vast plains of glistening mud laced with minerals. Iron, sulfur, phosphorus, spread like offerings across the edge of the continents. In those shallow basins, heat from the sun by day and moonlight by night brewed chemistry into possibility. The surface of the ocean shimmered under the constant glow of the moons. There was never a true night. The smallest moon moved so quickly that its light swept the waves like a wandering lantern. The middle one followed, its silvery reflection bending and breaking across the swells, while the great outer moon hung still and patient, painting the seas with pale fire. Together, their lights formed a rhythm on the water, a triple shimmer that never faded completely. Under that restless illumination, the first microbial communities began to cluster near the surface, tracing invisible patterns in the currents. The oceans became a vast cradle for light and life. Microscopic organisms, primitive but persistent, learned to use the energy that streamed through the water. Some captured the sun's faint warmth when clouds broke. Others fed on the minerals washed from the crust by the endless tides. Each wave carried both nourishment and danger, mixing nutrients with turbulence. Yet the creatures adapted. They clung to drifting dust, to bubbles of gas, to fragile films of oil forming on the surface. They multiplied in the chaos, because chaos was all there was. And so, even in a world of exhaustion, life began to stir awake. Beneath the surface, in the darker waters, the story unfolded differently. The moonlight could not reach the depths, but the tides could. Every movement above sent ripples through the abyss, stirring layers of water that had once been still for centuries. The deep ocean began to churn, bringing heat upward and drawing cold downward. Minerals released by submarine volcanoes spread into the wider sea, and hydrothermal vents glowed with faint luminescence. Around them, simple organisms gathered in floating mats, feeding on the strange chemistry of the deep. The ocean's unrest had awakened the underworld, and even darkness found new ways to live. The constant motion reshaped the planet's climate. The circulation of the seas carried heat from the equator toward the poles, softening extremes that had once divided the world. Mists rose continually from the surface, feeding clouds that draped the skies in endless layers of silver gray. Rain fell almost daily, returning the water it borrowed from the ocean in a perpetual exchange. Rivers were born and died in the same age, shifting with each change in sea level. There was no permanence, only flow. But in that fluid world, the line between destruction and creation blurred. Each collapse of land opened new pools for life to gather. Each surge of tide seeded new coastlines with potential. The sound of the planet was different now. It was never silent. The constant crash and withdrawal of water echoed across every valley, every mountain slope, every hollow basin. Even in the thin air of higher ground, the low rumble of the sea could be felt through the rock. A distant heartbeat that belonged not to one ocean, but to all of them together. Lightning flickered in the clouds above, illuminating the waves below. And for moments at a time, the whole planet seemed to shimmer with movement. As the ages passed, the three moons continued their competing pull, and the oceans adapted to their complexity. New currents found paths that harmonized the conflicting tugs, and weather began to stabilize in long, slow rhythms. But the memory of motion never left. The tides that had once torn continents apart now became gentler, though never still. The oceans carried that restlessness forever, a whisper of their sleepless youth. And in their unending motion, they taught the world something vital. That life is born not from calm, but from persistence. That chaos, if allowed to flow long enough, becomes its own form of order. The triple moons still wrote their patterns across the water, and the oceans, in turn, wrote their memory into stone, into air, into the pulse of every future creature that would call this planet home. The Earth, for the first time, had found its rhythm, not in silence, but in the ceaseless breathing of its eternal sea. Above the oceans that never slept, the three moons continued their slow, hypnotic dance, a celestial choreography that shaped everything below. They were no longer the raw, molten bodies of their birth, but maturing worlds of stone and silence. Their faces cooled and hardened, yet they still carried the heat of their creation within. Each one moved in rhythm, and yet each step they took altered the pattern, their orbits tugging against one another like dancers testing the limits of grace. The Earth, caught in their pull, spun beneath them as both partner and stage, its tides and winds rising in time with their movements. The great outer moon was the anchor of the trio, its stately orbit slow and dignified. It moved with patience, circling far enough that its light seemed steady even as the others drifted and quivered. The middle moon, smaller and more impulsive, wove inside the Great One's path like a companion that refused to stay still. And the smallest, swiftest moon, restless as breath, darted closest to the Earth, completing its circuit in only a handful of days. Together, they formed a complex rhythm, 3 beats overlapping, merging, then separating again in a pattern that never repeated exactly the same way. When their orbits brought them into certain alignments, the world below responded. The ocean surged higher, the winds howled louder, and the crust itself bent under the combined pull. On some nights, all 3 moons appeared together in the same sky, their reflections shimmering across the waves like silver threads woven through a black tapestry. On others, one would vanish beyond the horizon while another rose, creating an illusion of motion even where there was none. Their light was never the same twice. It waxed and waned in overlapping pulses, casting the world in hues of pearl, blue, and faint copper, as if the planet existed inside a living kaleidoscope. The atmosphere became a lens for their interplay. When the smallest moon raced across the sky, its light shimmered in the upper clouds, scattering into soft halos that drifted like veils. The middle moon often joined it, creating double shadows that glided across mountains and forests. The largest moon rose later, solemn and immense, its face sometimes tinged with red from the dust thrown into the air by the still active volcanoes. When all 3 hung together in the night, their lights braided in the clouds, forming rippling bands that glowed even after they moved apart. It was a world where night was never truly night, only a shifting mosaic of reflected fire. To the newborn seas, this dance meant constant change. The pull of 3 moons gave rise to overlapping tides, creating rings of turbulence that circled the globe. Each moon added its own rhythm, and when their cycles met, the sea heaved as though the planet itself had drawn a deep breath. Some regions rose and fell predictably, but others shifted without warning. Waves could vanish in stillness one day and return as towering walls of water the next. Life, fragile but persistent, learned to adapt. Early colonies of microorganisms moved with emotion, riding the currents like pilgrims carried by fate. They began to form patterns in the shallows, delicate mats of living film that thickened and grew, capturing light when the skies cleared and sheltering in sediment when the tides roared back. The moons watched their reflection ripple in those waters, unknowing that beneath their glow, life had begun to weave its own rhythm. The cycles of their movement had become the first measure of time, long before any creature would give it a name. Days stretched and shortened as Earth's rotation adjusted to their combined influence, and months, if such a concept could yet exist, doubled and split, following the tides of the three separate lights. Seasons were measured not by the tilt of the planet, but by the patterns of shadow that swept across the land when 2 or 3 moons crossed paths. The planet itself had learned to mark its age by their steps. But beauty carries tension. The smallest moon, ever eager, began to drift slightly from the harmony. Its orbit wobbled under the constant tug of its companions, creating ripples that spread through the system like echoes in water. The middle moon, sensitive to every shift, adjusted its path to compensate. But this in turn affected the outer moon's slow trajectory. The celestial choreography grew strained, its grace edged with instability. Their dance became a test of endurance, a struggle to remain bound together while obeying the unyielding laws of motion. Still, from the surface, the spectacle remained breathtaking. The triple moonrise painted the horizon with silver fire, and their synchronized descents cast 3 elongated shadows that crossed one another like the arms of a sundial. When clouds drifted through their light, the heavens seemed alive, rippling with color and motion. For all the hidden tension, the sight was a promise that even the pull of chaos could create beauty, that even instability could give rise to pattern. Over countless nights, the moons continued their dance, sometimes in harmony, sometimes on the edge of discord. Their gravity shaped mountains and oceans. Their light painted the skies and stirred the tides. The earth had become a world ruled by rhythm. Every wave, every gust of wind, every flash of lightning echoing the slow choreography above. And though no living mind yet watched the heavens in wonder, the pattern was already carving itself into memory. The dance of the 3 moons would outlive their balance, outlast their forms, and remain written in the very bones of the planet, long after the dancers themselves were gone. It began quietly, as all catastrophes do, too subtle to notice, too gradual to fear. For ages, the 3 moons had circled in near-perfect balance, their gravity braided in a fragile truce. But balance is a temporary state, and the universe is patient in its unraveling. The smallest moon, the swiftest and most temperamental of the trio, had been drifting out of step. Each orbit pulled it slightly closer to the middle moon, and each pass transferred a little more energy, a little more heat, a little more tension into the system. To those who might have watched from the restless oceans below, nothing seemed amiss. The night skies still shimmered with layered light. But the harmony was ending. It began with whispers of instability. The tides grew unpredictable again, swelling higher in some places, pulling away completely in others. The air carried strange silences before the storms, as though the planet itself sensed what was coming. The moons, locked in their invisible struggle, began to influence one another in ways that no celestial body could resist. The smallest moon's orbit elongated, becoming more oval, its perigee dipping dangerously close to Earth. Each time it passed, it tugged at the oceans, the crust, and the atmosphere a little harder. In response, the middle moon's orbit wavered, subtly bent by its sibling's pull. The two began to approach one another, first by kilometers, then by hundreds, then by thousands. For centuries, the tension built, unbroken. From the planet's surface, the nights were magnificent and uneasy. The smallest moon flared brighter as friction within its body generated heat, turning cracks in its crust into glowing veins. Volcanic plumes burst from its surface, sending fountains of molten rock into space, creating ribbons of light that followed it across the heavens. The middle moon's face, once calm, now showed new scars, craters forming from fragments cast off by its neighbor's eruptions. The two moons had begun a slow, spiraling courtship that would end not in harmony, but in ruin. Then one night, the distance between them vanished. It happened high above the shadowed side of the earth, where the great outer moon watched from afar, like a silent witness. The smaller moon, drawn past the point of return, skimmed so close to its sibling that their edges seemed to blur. Gravity surged between them, mountains ripped from their surfaces, oceans of dust and rock rising like tides. The collision began not with impact, but with tearing. The crust of the smaller moon fractured first, chunks of glowing debris hurled into orbit like sparks from a forge. The middle moon absorbed the first blows, its surface rippling under invisible force, before the two finally met in a cataclysm of stone and fire. From Earth, the night exploded. For a moment, the sky became a second sun. A flash of white brighter than anything the world had ever seen seared the clouds. The light reached even the deepest trenches of the sea, turning them pale as day. Then came the rain of fragments, meteors blazing through the atmosphere, each one a remnant of the shattered moon. They streaked across the heavens in silent arcs, too many to count, until their fiery trails wove the night into a net of burning silk. Some pieces disintegrated before touching the ground, others plunged into the oceans, sending columns of steam that rose for miles. The world shuddered beneath the barrage, the very air trembling with sound. The middle moon survived, but not unchanged. Half of its face was left raw and molten, reshaped by the collision. Its orbit shifted outward, slowed and scarred, carrying with it a vast halo of debris. Boulders, dust, and ice that spread around the Earth like a luminous ring. The smallest moon was gone, reduced to fragments that glittered across the sky. For centuries afterward, those fragments would circle the planet, catching the light of the sun and the surviving moons, turning every night into a spectacle of drifting radiance. It was as if the heavens had traded one companion for a crown. But beauty, as always, carried its shadow. The debris that did not escape Earth's gravity fell steadily over the following millennia, pummeling the surface in waves of fire. Forests that had just begun to spread along the edges of fertile coasts were flattened. The air filled with ash that dimmed the sun for decades. The oceans boiled and then cooled, currents twisting into new paths as temperature gradients shifted. Many of the fragile ecosystems that had begun to take shape were lost, but from their ashes, others would rise. Catastrophe and creation remained inseparable, written in the same line of fate. High above, the two surviving moons drifted apart, the great one steady, the wounded one haloed in the remnants of its fallen sibling. The ring that encircled the planet glowed faintly in the sunlight, a silver mist that stretched from horizon to horizon. It was a grave and a monument both, a reminder that even in the elegance of celestial dance, steps can falter and beauty can turn upon itself. The earth, scarred yet enduring, watched the debris fall into its seas and mountains and understood, in its own silent way, that this too was part of its becoming. The night had burned, the heavens had broken, and still the world turned. The sky remained haunted for centuries after the collision. Where once 3 moons had traced gentle arcs of light, now only 2 remained, one whole, one half broken, both wreathed in a veil of drifting dust. The debris of the fallen moon circled the planet in a shimmering halo, a ring of ruin that caught the sunlight by day and glowed faintly by night. To the world below, it seemed as though dawn and dusk had merged into a single, eternal twilight. The air shimmered with ash, and the oceans reflected the strange silver haze, turning every wave into a mirror for the dead moon's ghost. The Earth's tides, already restless, became wild and unpredictable. Each fragment of the shattered moon carried its own gravitational whisper, and together they conspired to confuse the seas. Currents fractured into countless smaller streams, their patterns colliding like overlapping voices. Some regions saw tides so high they swallowed entire islands. Others were left in eerie stillness, the water retreating as though it had forgotten where to go. The oceans had always been in motion, but now their movement carried the violence of memory. It was as if the planet could not forget the impact it had witnessed. When the first great fragments fell, the world burned again. Pieces of the lost moon, some as small as pebbles and others as large as mountains, streaked through the atmosphere. They arrived not all at once, but in waves, each one a storm of fire that lit the sky for weeks. The air filled with the roar of descending rock, and the ground quaked beneath the impacts. Whole coastlines flared into light as the fragments met the oceans, throwing up walls of steam that rose to the edge of space. The ring that had once glowed softly above began to thin, its debris either consumed by flame or drawn down by the relentless tug of gravity. Every impact brought both destruction and transformation. The energy released by the falling fragments melted vast regions of the crust, fusing stone into glass and vaporizing seas into storms. Where those storms condensed and fell back as rain, minerals from the deep earth were carried into new basins. The water that returned to the sea was richer than before, laced with iron and sulfur and phosphorus, the raw ingredients for life's next experiment. The planet, in its agony, was feeding itself. For centuries, the skies remained dim. The ring's dust and the smoke of impact winters filtered sunlight into a copper hue. Days seemed shorter, though they were not. The air simply carried less brightness. Yet within that dimness, the Earth began to heal in unexpected ways. The heat from the bombardments ignited new volcanic chains along the ocean floor, releasing gases that thickened the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide and water vapor trapped warmth, and slowly, the surface began to recover. The cold grip of the impact winters loosened, and the planet entered an age of humid heat. Thick clouds, warm rain, endless storms. From the chaos of falling fire, the world found balance again. The 2 surviving moons watched from above, their orbits now forever altered. The smaller of the 2 bore the scars of its collision, half its surface molten, glowing faintly in the dark. It still shed fragments now and then, pieces that spiraled down as meteors, bright enough to outshine stars. The great outer moon remained steady, its pale light now filtered through the drifting ring, soft and red at the edges. Together, they painted the nights in hues of bronze and blood, a reminder that creation and destruction shared the same sky. On the surface, life responded as it always does, by adapting. The oceans, infused with minerals and stirred by unpredictable tides, became vast laboratories of chemistry. Lightning struck constantly, feeding energy into the mixture. Microbes that had survived in sheltered pockets multiplied with new vigor, their metabolism driven by the abundance of nutrients. Some learned to harness light even in the dim red glow that filtered through the haze, beginning the long lineage that would one day turn sunlight into sustenance. Others thrived near the volcanic vents that had opened along the seabed, feeding on heat and metal, finding life in places that seemed unlivable. The tides of fire had destroyed much, but in their wake they left a planet richer than before, scarred but fertile. As the centuries passed, the ring began to thin, its remnants slowly descending into the atmosphere. Each grain of dust that fell burned briefly as a meteor, a fleeting spark across the night sky. From the surface, the heavens seemed alive with motion. Streams of light cascading across the horizon, a silent rain of stars. The planet no longer knew darkness. Even night was filled with the memory of flame. In time, the seas calmed again. The surviving moons found a new rhythm, their orbits settling into slow harmony. The tide steadied, though they never returned to the gentleness of before. The earth had been remade by the chaos of its own making. The crust had thickened, the atmosphere deepened, the oceans enriched. The scars of impact glowed faintly from beneath the waves, where molten rock still cooled in the deep. Above, the remaining moons drifted apart, weary from their dance, carrying with them the ghosts of what once was. And in the quiet that followed, the earth exhaled. The fires dimmed, the storms softened, and the seas, though never still, began to breathe more slowly. From fire came renewal. From ruin came order. The planet had learned the oldest truth of all, that destruction is not the end of creation, but its beginning repeated. And under the light of 2 wounded moons, the world turned once more toward life. The ring faded, but its shadow lingered across the world it had remade. From the molten scars of the impact era, the continents began to rise again. They were not yet the shapes that would one day define the earth, but vast, irregular masses of cooling stone and buried fire. The seas withdrew from some regions and flooded others, tracing the planet's new outlines in restless sweeps. Where the ocean retreated, steam rose from the hot crust, curling into dense clouds that wrapped the horizon. The first stable lands emerged not as continents of peace, but as smoldering furnaces. Black rock streaked with glass, shimmering with heat, breathing out the memory of the tides of fire. The 2 remaining moons watched these newborn continents with unblinking patience. The great outer moon cast long shadows that drifted across the landscape in slow procession, marking the passage of night and day, like a pendulum of light. The smaller, fractured moon spun more quickly, its uneven face glowing like an ember as it reflected sunlight through the atmosphere's haze. When it passed overhead, its glow painted the ground with shifting crimson tones. Every night, the planet was draped in 2 layers of shadow, one broad and soft, the other thin and trembling. Between them, the world found its rhythm again. On the surface, the light of the moons shaped everything. The warmth of the day lingered long after sunset, held by the thick air, and the 2 moons divided the darkness between them. The outer moon's pale radiance washed the new continents in silver, outlining mountains and ridges. The smaller moon followed with red light that flickered and pulsed as though the planet itself were breathing. When their shadows crossed, the land dimmed into near black, a momentary eclipse that fell across plains and mountains like a heartbeat. The continents lived by these overlapping cycles of brightness and gloom. Their climates pulled in 3 directions: toward the sun, toward the moons, and toward the deep heat that still glowed beneath their crusts. The world was alive with contrasts. Where volcanic vents broke through, rivers of molten rock flowed down into valleys, hardening into obsidian plains. Elsewhere, the first true mountains rose, their peaks catching both sunlight and moonlight, gleaming like blades above the haze. Rain fell constantly, drawn from the endless evaporation of the warm seas. And when it struck the hot rock, it turned instantly to steam, feeding storms that circled the globe. Lightning flashed between clouds in the ground, igniting gases that seeped from the fissures below. To watch from afar would have been to see a planet still in the act of becoming. Its surfaces never the same from one rotation to the next, its landscapes shifting like breath on glass. And yet, within that instability, a kind of order began to emerge. The constant rain carried minerals from the highlands into the shallow seas, spreading nutrients across the coastal margins. Where the tides reached, chemical sediments gathered, layering the shores with fine grains that shimmered under the twin moonlight. Each tide left behind thin films of organic residue, simple molecules binding, breaking, and binding again, driven by the alternation of light and darkness. The cycles of the moons had become not just the rhythm of the planet's oceans, but the metronome of its chemistry. Inland, the continents began to breathe in their own way. The crust flexed under the gravitational tug of the moons, rising and sinking as if drawing breath. This motion fractured the surface, allowing gases and heat to escape in a steady exhalation. Steam rose from cracks that stretched for thousands of kilometers, forming curtains of mist that glowed faintly under moonlight. Rain condensed on these mists and fell back again in shimmering veils, a constant loop of vapor and condensation. The land was not static but alive, a machine of rock and water powered by the pull of the heavens. At times, the two moons aligned, and their combined gravity pressed harder upon the crust. The continents groaned in response. Mountains shuddered, fissures widened, magma surged upward in rivers of fire. These eruptions sent shock waves that circled the globe, reshaping coastlines, raising new islands, and burying old ones beneath ash. From orbit, the planet must have looked like a beating heart, pulses of orange light blooming and fading across its surface in rhythm with the moon's alignments. And through this fiery labor, the earth cooled. The molten rivers hardened, the storms gentled, the mists cleared just enough for the first stable horizon to appear, a division between sea and land that no longer shifted with every tide. The world had found a fragile equilibrium. Above it, the two moons continued their vigil, one calm, one restless, their lights mingling in the clouds. The shadows they cast no longer only fell across rock and water. They fell across the first ecosystems beginning to stir within the shallow seas. In those tide pools, the same cycles that carved mountains also shaped molecules. The rhythm of heating and cooling, of evaporation and rainfall, drove reactions that grew more intricate with time. Membranes formed, enclosing delicate strands that twisted and copied themselves. Life had begun its patient ascent from chemistry to complexity. Every wave, every droplet, every pulse of moonlight carried forward the same energy that had torn the heavens apart. The continents slept beneath their double shadows, unaware that in their warmth and restlessness, something extraordinary had taken hold. The fire that had once destroyed the world now fueled its transformation. The earth had stepped out of its infancy, scarred but alive, a planet of movement and memory, shaped by light, shadow, and the endless pull of distant moons. Time began to take form beneath the glow of the two moons. Before then, days and nights were a blur of storm and shadow, indistinguishable rhythms in an endless churning world. But now, with the skies clearing and the air thinning, patterns began to emerge. Subtle shifts in light and tide, in heat and stillness. The Earth had found its first sense of order, and with it came something profound. A calendar not written in numbers, but in the dance of its moons. Each night, the heavens performed a slow, deliberate choreography. The larger moon, pale and constant, became the anchor of the sky. Its journey was steady, predictable, serene. It marked the long passage of months, its phases casting soft silver arcs across the sea. The smaller, wounded moon moved more erratically, darting through its orbit in uneven steps, glowing red and fractured where molten scars still bled faint light into space. It completed its cycle in half the time of its elder, its phases waxing and waning twice as fast. The two together painted a rhythm so intricate that the sky itself seemed alive, a breathing pattern of overlapping shadows and light. The tides followed their lead. When both moons rose together, their combined gravity pulled the oceans to impossible heights. Shorelines vanished beneath vast sheets of water, and entire plains became shallow seas. When they opposed one another, the tides withdrew, leaving wide, glistening flats where the first living mats of microbes clung to the wet earth. These microbial colonies, delicate and persistent, began to live by the moon's dual rhythm. They thrived during the floods, feeding on minerals and light, and retreated into dormancy during the retreats. In time, they synchronized their growth with the celestial cycles above, creating the planet's earliest biological calendar, a pulse of life that kept time with the heavens. On the continents, the landscape responded to the same pattern. The heat of the day was governed by the sun, but the temperature of the night belonged to the moons. When the larger moon hung full, its light retained warmth. When the smaller one followed, its red glow deepened the shadows and stirred the winds. Together, they wove alternating cycles of warmth and coolness that stretched across weeks and months, guiding rainfall, cloud formation, and even the direction of ocean currents. To the unseeing Earth, it must have felt like breathing again, as if after the chaos of fire and flood, it had rediscovered a heartbeat. The smaller moon's unpredictability added a layer of complexity. Every few years, its orbit shifted slightly, drawing closer to Earth or swinging wider than before. These shifts caused strange seasons, periods of intensified tides, unexpected storms, or eerie calms. In those times, the oceans surged with unusual energy, stirring nutrients from the depths and spreading them across the shallow continental shelves. Life responded eagerly. Microbial colonies bloomed, turning entire coastlines into glowing carpets of bioluminescent blue and green. The seas shimmered at night, like spilled constellations, as if the heavens had fallen into the water. The moon's reflected light danced across these living surfaces, and the distinction between sky and sea blurred completely. As millennia passed, these overlapping cycles became the architecture of time itself. Days belonged to the sun, but months and years followed the moons. The great pale moon's slow revolution created the long seasons of stability, while the smaller one's quickened orbit added shorter cycles of disruption and renewal. The interplay of their gravity sculpted the rhythm of rainfall, the migrations of early winds, and the slow turning of ocean currents that would one day define climates. Each phase, each crossing, each eclipse left its imprint on the world below. Sometimes, when both moons aligned at their fullest, the Earth was bathed in such brilliance that night disappeared entirely. Shadows dissolved, the oceans gleamed like mirrors, and the continents glowed faintly in reflection. In those nights without darkness, temperatures soared and winds stilled, a phenomenon that repeated every few centuries, long enough to etch itself into the planet's slow memory. These luminous intervals triggered bursts of biological activity, new chemical reactions, rapid growth, and mutations driven by the abundance of light. The Earth, in its infancy, was already evolving in response to its celestial clock. But not every alignment brought calm. There were darker convergences too, times when the smaller moon slipped behind the larger and its fractured glow vanished. The loss of its warmth and gravitational balance plunged the world into temporary stillness. Tides flattened, winds died, and the ocean's surface turned glassy. For weeks, the planet seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the smaller moon to return. When it finally emerged again, dragging with it the restored pulse of the tides, storms erupted in celebration, sweeping across continents and stirring the seas back to life. In the sky above, the two moons moved endlessly through their patterns, one steadfast, one volatile, together forming the most complex calendar the planet would ever know. And below, the world learned to follow their lead. The oceans rose and fell in rhythm with their pull. The winds spun and calmed by their glow. Even the earliest forms of life, drifting unseen beneath the waves, lived by the sequence of shadows and light that crossed their watery ceilings. Time had found its first measure, not in clocks or orbits alone, but in the living pulse of the Earth itself. The moons had become its keepers. Two faces of the same rhythm, one patient, one wild, guiding a planet still young enough to feel every heartbeat of the heavens. And as the centuries turned to eons, the story of their motion would be written again and again in the tides, in the winds, and in the unbroken rhythm of life that followed. Long before language, long before thought could take shape in symbols or sound, the creatures of Earth looked up and felt something stir. The two moons hung above them like eyes that never blinked, watching silently from their shifting thrones. Their light touched every wave, every leaf, every creature that dared to crawl from sea to shore. In that light, instinct found its rhythm. It was the first whisper of awareness, the quiet spark of wonder that would one day grow into myth. The moons ruled the night, and everything that lived beneath them knew their moods. When both shone full and bright, the world glowed in silver and copper hues. Shadows fled, and even the deepest forests glimmered with reflected light. Animals stirred longer, their patterns of sleep and waking guided by the changing skies. When the smaller moon disappeared behind its larger sibling, the nights grew uneasy. The world seemed to hold its breath in the absence of its glow, as if something vital had been momentarily forgotten. Over millennia, as life grew more complex, this awareness deepened. Early hominins, those first walkers between forest and plain, found themselves bound to the moon's rhythm as tightly as the tides. They timed their hunts and migrations to the dual cycles of light, knowing when rivers would swell and when the nights would be safest. The moons became more than distant stones in the sky. They became presences, companions, forces that shaped existence. When storms rose without warning, they blamed the moon's alignment. When droughts lingered, they looked upward, searching for balance between the pale and the red lights that shared the heavens. Firelight reflected in their eyes, mirroring the glow above. Around their campfires, they began to tell stories. The larger moon, constant and calm, became the keeper of stability, the mother of oceans, the one who pulled and cradled the tides. The smaller moon, restless and wounded, was her wayward child, wild, passionate, unpredictable. Its redness was not just molten rock, but the burn of emotion itself. Anger, love, chaos, renewal. Their dance across the sky became the first cosmic story told by thinking minds. The tale of order and disorder, of creation and destruction, forever intertwined. In some regions, ancient tribes carved the moons into stone, twin circles etched into rock faces high above river valleys. Archaeologists of the far future would one day find them and wonder how such symbols could have survived. But for those early people, the carvings were not decorations. They were anchors of meaning. To etch the moons in stone was to speak directly to the heavens, to fix a moment of the eternal dance into the fragile language of earth. Rituals grew around their changing faces. When both moons were full, entire communities gathered to sing beneath their combined light, believing that the sky was listening. Hunters painted their bodies with ash mixed from two colors, white for the elder moon, red for the younger, marking their allegiance to both calm and chaos. The timing of planting and harvest followed the moon's shared calendar, their alignments dictating the turning of the seasons. To ignore the moon's will was to invite misfortune. To follow them was to live in harmony with the heartbeat of the world. But as human minds sharpened, myth deepened. The people began to see reflections of themselves in the celestial pair. The larger moon was wisdom, patience, endurance. The smaller was passion, curiosity, change. Together they symbolized balance, the same balance found in love and conflict, in calm seas and violent storms, in life and death. Philosophies were born from this duality long before the written word existed. Even when language finally took form, these ideas remained woven into its earliest roots. Words for light and darkness, for mother and child, for life and loss. All traced their lineage back to the moon's eternal interplay. Yet myths, like tides, never stay still. Over time, stories evolved. In some, the smaller moon was no longer the child, but the lover, forever chasing its partner across the sky, never catching her, yet lighting the world in the pursuit. In others, it was a scar left by an ancient battle, a wound in the heavens that still bled faint red light each night. To the people who lived through droughts or floods, it was an omen, sometimes benevolent, sometimes cruel. Every culture, separated by oceans and mountains, looked up and saw the same lights, but told different stories, each one shaped by the land beneath their feet. And always, those stories echoed a deeper truth. The moons were not merely objects in the sky, they were mirrors for the human spirit. They embodied the balance that all life sought but never fully found. As the ages turned and civilizations rose, temples were built to mark their paths, calendars carved in their honor, prayers whispered to their faces. Even as science one day began to explain their motions, the myths did not die. The human mind, bound forever to wonder, still found poetry in their orbits. Because long before reason, before mathematics or telescopes or theory, there was simply awe, a world that looked upward and felt something vast and familiar staring back. The two moons were not gods, though they inspired gods to be named. They were not alive, though they gave life its rhythm. They were, and always would be, the first storytellers. Every shadow they cast on the land became a line in the tale of humanity, a tale that began not with words, but with eyes lifted toward the light of two eternal companions, circling endlessly above a world that had just begun to dream. Long before instruments or songs, the earth already had its own symphony. The sound was everywhere, in the whisper of shifting tides, in the slow heaving of the seas, in the deep, rhythmic groan of continents expanding and settling beneath the pull of their twin moons. The oceans never rested. They swelled and sighed in overlapping pulses, two rhythms playing at once, weaving together like voices in an ancient harmony. The world had become a planet of music, its notes composed by gravity and water, its melody written across the face of the deep. Each moon had its own rhythm. The larger one moved with patience its pull deep and steady, lifting entire oceans with majestic slowness. Its tides were long crescendos, rising and falling over days, shaping coastlines, smoothing rocks, and carving bays that glittered beneath its soft light. The smaller moon, quicker and erratic, created a second rhythm. Sharp, unpredictable surges that interrupted the great flow. Together, they formed a pattern no creature could predict, but all could feel. The result was not chaos, but complexity. A living wave that never repeated exactly, a planet that never sounded the same twice. In the shallow seas where early life bloomed, this rhythm became a language. Microbial mats pulsed with the movement of water, their cells expanding and contracting in time with the tides. The rise and fall of the sea brought nutrients and light in cycles so precise that the first multicellular organisms evolved to match them. They opened and closed, fed and rested, multiplied and drifted, all to the unseen cadence of the moons above. Evolution itself began to keep time with the music of tides. As life crept onto the land, that rhythm followed. The coastal shallows rang with a rush of waves colliding, the hiss of water retreating through sand. The sound was constant, low, deep, and ancient. The first creatures to breathe air emerged to this music, their instincts molded by the pulse that had cradled them for eons. When they rested, it was between the surges. When they hunted, it was with the pull of the tide. Even now, in the hearts of modern animals, that pulse lingers, a memory of the ocean's breathing written into their blood. But the tides were not just movement. They were sound. On nights when both moons were full, the earth vibrated. The overlapping forces stirred the oceans into vast, resonant waves, and those waves struck the continents with a deep, thunderous tone that rolled across valleys and mountains. Beneath the surface, those vibrations traveled through the crust, echoing in the deep as soft tremors. To any who could listen, not with ears, but with something more primal, the planet itself was humming. The air carried that resonance too. The wind shifted with each gravitational surge, rushing inland or pulling back toward the sea. The forests swayed, the sands rippled, and every leaf, every grain of dust participated in the quiet symphony. It was not constant volume, but balance, a world tuned to its own forces. Some nights, the song grew wild. When the smaller moon swung close to the earth, its quick pull combined with its sisters to draw entire oceans into motion. The result was a surge of water that roared across coastlines and rivers, reshaping everything in its path. The air filled with sound, waves smashing, wind howling, cliffs breaking apart like drums struck by invisible hands. To the creatures living through it, this was terror. Yet it was also creation. Every storm carved new basins, every crash brought minerals from the depths to the surface. The world's music was not meant to soothe, it was meant to build. In calmer epochs, the sound softened into something hypnotic. The overlapping tides created endless intervals of motion, never silence, never stillness, but an unbroken rhythm of movement that seemed to cradle the planet itself. The larger moon's slow tides shaped the heartbeat, the smaller moon's quick pulses gave it melody. Together they composed the breathing of the earth, a song without beginning or end. Later, when minds evolved enough to wonder, that music still played in their dreams. Early humans built their first shelters beside the sea, listening as the waves struck rock and shore. The sound comforted them because it was familiar, older than thought. They imitated it with drums carved from hollowed wood, matching the steady crash and retreat. Their songs, their chants, their dances, all of them echoed the ocean's rhythm. When they sang of gods or spirits, their voices rose and fell like tides, a subconscious remembrance of the moon's music. Even now, the Earth continues that ancient performance. Every ocean, every wave, every shifting current still moves in patterns born from the gravity of two distant companions. The tone has deepened over time, slowed by the drifting of the moons. But the melody endures. When you stand by the sea and hear the rhythmic breath of waves meeting the shore, you are hearing the same song that shaped the first living cells, the same rhythm that molded continents, the same harmony that stitched the cosmos to the earth. The music of tides never ended. It simply became quieter, more subtle, hidden beneath the noise of wind and life. But if you listen closely, beyond the crash of surf, beyond the rush of air, you can still hear it. The low hum of gravity, the heartbeat of oceans, the echo of two moons pulling gently at a world that learned long ago to dance to their eternal, wordless song. The oceans never slept, and neither did the life within them. The world had become a place of endless motion, currents weaving like veins through the planet's body, tides rising and falling in overlapping rhythms. Within this restless expanse, life began to diversify, shaped by the unceasing dance of the moons above. Every creature that emerged in the sea carried within it the signature of motion, the need to move, to adapt, to flow. In the beginning, life was still small, fragile, translucent forms drifting in the tides like thoughts without bodies. Tiny organisms floated between layers of water that shifted constantly under lunar pull. Those that could cling to surfaces, to rocks or sand, learned to anchor themselves during the great tides and release when the waters receded. They became the world's first architects, building delicate towers and mats of calcium and silica that filtered the restless water. Each pulse of the ocean brought food. Each retreat carried away waste. It was a partnership between the living and the moving, a dance between stillness and flow. As the moons continued their slow orbit, their dual gravity stirred the seas into perpetual change. Warm waters from volcanic vents mixed with cold currents from the deep, creating ribbons of turbulence that carried nutrients and heat across the planet. In this dynamic environment, some creatures learned to swim, not to flee, but to follow. They grew fins like sails to catch the push and pull of the tides, letting the ocean itself carry them across vast distances. The first swimmers were little more than shapes of muscle and membrane, guided by instinct and the faintest perception of pressure. But in their simplicity lay a genius born from necessity. The rhythm of the tides became a code written into their biology. Their feeding followed the waxing and waning of the moons. Their migrations mirrored the cycles of light and darkness cast by the twin orbs above. When both moons shone full, the oceans glowed with reflected light, and creatures rose from the deep to feed near the surface. When the smaller moon vanished behind its sister, the seas grew dark, and the same creatures retreated to the safety of the depths. The pattern was precise, repeated across generations until it became instinct. Life was no longer reacting to chaos, it was orchestrating its movements to match the heavens. As time passed, the creatures of the moving sea grew in complexity and courage. Some developed shells, fortresses of mineral and bone, to protect themselves from the turbulence. Others shed armor for agility, relying on speed and coordination to survive the shifting waters. The tides were both creator and destroyer, gentle enough to nourish, fierce enough to erase. Each surge sculpted new forms, and those that could endure the change inherited the future. One lineage of swimmers began to sense the tides not just as movement, but as vibration. They developed organs attuned to the faint tremors of the water, able to feel the pulse of distant waves long before they arrived. These were the first listeners of the sea, their bodies tuned to the same deep rhythm that echoed through the planet's crust. They could sense the moon's pull in their very bones. When the tides began to shift, they moved before the waves could reach them, surviving where others were swept away. Over time, this sensitivity became a kind of awareness, a primitive anticipation of the world's next breath. The seas became ecosystems of motion. Vast clouds of plankton drifted like living dust, turning sunlight into energy that fed an army of grazers. Predator and prey rose and fell together in endless cycles, their lives entwined by the beat of the moon's influence. Even in the darkest depths, far beyond the touch of light, life adapted to the lunar pulse. Pressure waves and chemical changes, carried through thousands of meters of water, still marked the passing of the moons overhead. No creature was free from their influence. Every fin stroke, every flicker of phosphorescence was a note in the symphony begun by gravity. Sometimes, when the two moons aligned perfectly, their combined pulls stirred the seas into violent upheaval. Tidal waves raced across the globe, tearing through coastlines, scattering life in their wake. Yet in the aftermath, the oceans brimmed with renewal. Minerals released from the deep fed explosive blooms of life. New species emerged from the survivors, more resilient, more attuned to chaos. The moons were relentless teachers, testing, destroying, remaking. And the creatures that endured became masters of motion, able to turn disaster into opportunity. Among them were forms that began to explore the boundary between sea and air. They leapt from the water's surface, propelled by the same energy that moved the tides, tasting the open sky before plunging back down. The world was beginning to flirt with the idea of flight, though it would take ages before the sky truly became home to living things. For now, the sea remained the heart of creation, an endless, moving womb guided by the steady rhythm of two celestial bodies. Every ripple carried memory. Every current whispered the story of moons and motion, of gravity and grace. The creatures of the moving sea did not know the heavens by sight, yet they lived by their touch. They were children of a world in flux, shaped by forces they could never see, bound forever to the rhythm of the unseen dance above. And though they would one day give rise to life that walked and thought and built, the sea would always remember, the tide still breathing, the moon still pulling, the music of existence still playing beneath the surface of a living, moving world. As the world cooled and the ocean settled into more predictable rhythms, the nights began to bloom. The light of the two moons, reflected through clouds and seas, created an otherworldly twilight that never truly vanished. Darkness no longer meant absence. It became a canvas where light and life intertwined in quiet harmony. The Earth's surface, once a place of fire and storm, began to host something gentler, a landscape that glowed. It started in the shallows. Tiny organisms, drifting with the tides, learned to harness the faint energy of moonlight. What had once been a passive reflection became an invitation. Bioluminescence evolved as a kind of language, a shimmer of light to attract, to warn, to find others in the vast, moving dark. When both moons were full, the oceans transformed into luminous plains, every wave crowned with pale green fire. Swimmers left glowing trails behind them, swirling ribbons of light that faded slowly, like thoughts dissolving into dreams. The shores responded in kind. Algae and coral-like colonies spread along the coasts, feeding on minerals and light alike. Their bodies pulsed with subtle radiance, a soft heartbeat in color, blue, violet, and gold. When the tides receded, they lay exposed, glittering faintly under the double moons before the waters returned to cradle them again. In time, Entire stretches of coastline gleamed like molten glass, a chain of living lanterns marking the edge of land and sea. The air above these luminous waters grew rich with moisture and scent. Mist condensed on the glowing surfaces, carrying the light higher into the sky. From a distance, the horizon appeared to shimmer, as if the earth itself had swallowed starlight and was now breathing it back. The effect was hypnotic. Even the simplest creatures were drawn to it. Insects, newly evolved wanderers of the air, hovered over the glowing tides, their wings catching fragments of light until they looked like drifting embers. The glow was not limited to the sea. In the damp soil where tides met land, new forms of life took root. Primitive plants spread their fronds across the wet sand, feeding not only on sunlight, but on the chemical gifts the tides left behind. Their leaves glowed faintly, charged by reactions that mirrored the same bioluminescent chemistry of the sea. Forests of moonlit moss began to grow in tidal valleys, carpeting stones and dunes in a dim green fire. At night, these places looked like gardens tended by unseen hands, delicate, shimmering, alive with movement. The first night gardens. Creatures adapted quickly to this strange world of perpetual glow. Predators learned to use the light as a trap, mimicking the shimmer of the sea to lure the unwary. Prey evolved to match the brightness of their surroundings, becoming invisible in a world that refused to be dark. Camouflage became an art of luminescence. A flicker, a pattern, a ghostly imitation of the waves. The night was no longer a place of hiding. It had become a stage where light and life performed their quiet drama. When the smaller moon drew close to Earth, its red reflection deepened the hue of everything. The night gardens turned crimson, as though the planet were submerged in wine. The oceans bled color into the air, and even the winds seemed tinted. During these cycles, the world's mood changed. Creatures grew restless, feeding frenzies erupted, migrations began. When the red faded, peace returned with the silvery calm of the great moon's light. This shifting palette painted the planet's nights with emotion, passion, tranquility, hunger, and rest, all written in the movement of light. In the deepest reaches of the ocean, where sunlight could never reach, the glow was constant. There the pressure was immense, the cold eternal, and yet it was not lifeless. The descendants of ancient organisms had perfected their bioluminescence into art. They shimmered in spirals, in pulses, in gentle waves that echoed the rhythm of the tides above. It was communication without sound, movement without chaos, a language of light written into the darkness of the sea. The moon's reflection upon this glowing planet created a spectacle that no other world could match. From orbit, Earth must have looked like a living gem, its continents veined with soft luminescence, its oceans breathing light into the void. The night side of the planet was not a shadow, but a pulse, a slow, radiant heartbeat visible even from the heavens. This was the age of the luminous Earth, a time when the boundary between day and night blurred into beauty. Every creature, from the smallest plankton to the largest swimmer, was part of the same glowing chain, each feeding light to another. The night had become fertile, nurturing, alive, a place of growth, not fear. And though countless ages would pass, and continents would shift, and new forms of life would rise and fall, something of that ancient glow would remain. Even now, when waves break on quiet shores, they sometimes shimmer faintly under the moon. It is not imagination, it is memory, the echo of a time when darkness itself was alive, when the earth dreamed in color beneath the gaze of two moons, and every living thing was part of the same soft, endless light. The glowing age of the oceans did not last in peace. Where there is light, there is the hunger it draws. The seas, once filled only with drifting colonies and gentle grazers, began to darken with motion. From the shimmering beds of coral and the illuminated shallows, hunters emerged, creatures shaped by the same moons that stirred the tides. They were the first true predators, born not from malice, but from balance. The Silver Age had begun. In the moonlit waters, the hunters learned to use the glow around them as both weapon and disguise. Some bore light within their own bodies, flashes that confused prey long enough for the strike. Others developed skin that mirrored their surroundings perfectly, reflecting the silver and green radiance of the sea until they seemed to vanish entirely. In the stillness before attack, they were ghosts, present only as ripples in the water or sudden shifts in shadow. The prey, gentle filter feeders and drifting grazers, had no defenses against such cunning. Evolution began to favor vigilance and flight. The slow and passive were devoured, the swift and wary survived. The age of passive drifting was over. The moons had made the seas unpredictable, their tides erratic and overlapping. Predators used this rhythm to their advantage. Some hunted in synchrony with the high tides, riding the rising waters into shallower zones where prey gathered to feed. When the waters retreated, the hunters followed, trapping entire schools of smaller creatures in shrinking pools. The moons had given the earth a pulse, and now life itself was beating to that rhythm. Predators timing their strikes to the breath of the tides, victims fleeing with the same instinctive awareness of gravity's pull. The great outer moon, serene and steady, governed the slow hunters, the patient ones that stalked the deeps for days, waiting for the perfect convergence of current and light. Their movements were deliberate, almost graceful, shadows gliding beneath the glowing surface. The smaller, fractured moon, with its erratic orbit and red-tinged light, ruled the quick and chaotic. Its nights were restless, and so were its creatures. Hunters that darted, struck, vanished, and returned. When both moons shone together, their light painted the seas in hues of silver and blood, and the oceans erupted into frenzy. Every cycle of the moons became a dance of hunger and survival. Some of the predators grew massive, drawn upward by the abundance of prey. Their bodies lengthened into ribbons of muscle, their jaws sharpened into scythes. They swam with the patience of tides, their eyes catching and reflecting the light of both moons so that they glowed from within. Others stayed small but fast, shimmering flashes of silver that attacked in groups, overwhelming larger prey through coordination and chaos. It was in these early packs that the first hints of cooperation appeared. Behavior not born from instinct alone, but from a shared awareness, a primitive intelligence shaped by necessity. On the reefs and shores, the battles were constant. The glowing plants and corals that had once bathed the world in peace now served as arenas for survival. When the moons reached their zenith, the predators descended upon these illuminated havens, their bodies slicing through curtains of light. The once serene night gardens became scenes of violence, their tranquil glow scattered by struggle. Yet, in destruction, life found a way to flourish. The predators' attacks stirred nutrients from the seabed, spreading richness that fed new generations of life. The cycle was merciless, but it was also creative. Every era has its architects, and in the Silver Age, they were the hunters. Their presence forced evolution to accelerate. Prey developed armor, speed, and cunning. Hunters refined their senses and strength. Some creatures learned to leap from the water to escape, landing again with a slap that echoed beneath the moons. Others began to burrow, creating labyrinths in the ocean floor to hide. The diversity of form and function exploded, each adaptation a new verse in the growing song of life. And above it all, the moons watched. The great moon's calm light made the oceans shimmer with reflective brilliance, while the smaller one's erratic glow cast long, trembling shadows. Their interplay gave birth to illusions, flickers of brightness where nothing moved, shapes that seemed alive but were tricks of refracted light. Predators learned to use these illusions, herding prey into traps formed not by physical boundaries, but by the deception of sight. The seas had become a theater of light and death, an endless performance choreographed by gravity and instinct. As the Silver Age unfolded, the balance began to tilt once more. The predators grew stronger, faster, more cunning. For a time, it seemed as though the oceans might become theirs entirely. But even in dominance, their fate was tethered to the same cycles that had birthed them. The tides that carried them forward would one day pull them back. The moons would shift again, their orbits changing, their light altering the rhythm of the world. For now, though, the earth shimmered with vitality. Every night was alive with motion. Hunters and hunted, light and shadow, beauty and danger entwined. The gentle glow of the night gardens had become the flicker of pursuit, the shimmer of escape. The oceans sang their restless song, and in its rhythm was written the truth of all things. Creation through struggle, harmony through chaos, life through the endless pull of the moons and the sea. The predators ruled the oceans, but the sea itself never surrendered its voice. It spoke not in words, but in movement, in the language of currents, waves, and light. Every tide was a sentence, every ripple a whisper, and always its voice echoed the rhythm of the moons. Their pulls shaped every syllable of its song, and over time, that song began to shape the world's memory. When the larger moon swelled high in the night, the sea rose to greet it, lifting whole coastlines into the air. When the smaller, fractured moon swept across the sky, its tug followed in faster bursts, like a staccato heartbeat. Together, they composed a dialogue of gravity and motion that the earth never stopped listening to. Mountains bent slightly toward the tide. The crust flexed, and deep within the mantle, magma shifted in response to those distant orbs. The planet had become an instrument, and the moons its patient musicians. In the shallows, the language of the sea took on new complexity. Waves layered upon waves, creating rhythms that repeated in fractal patterns. These rhythms were not random. They carried information. The flow of warm water toward cooler depths brought nutrients, and in turn, those nutrients carried life. Microorganisms drifted through these invisible streams like letters in a sentence, forming patterns that followed the gravitational tempo. The tides became the first network of communication, a global pulse that linked every corner of the ocean. Some creatures learned to listen. They began to sense the minute fluctuations in pressure, the faint tremors of the sea floor, the subtle changes in current that preceded the moon's alignment. This sensitivity was not just survival, it was awareness. These beings understood, in their own instinctive way, the meaning of motion. They could tell when the larger moon was waxing by the change in the tide's depth, and when the smaller moon approached by the restless pull of the current. They did not see the moons, but they felt them, as surely as they felt their own heartbeat. As the millennia passed, this awareness grew. Schools of creatures began to move in unison, thousands at a time, their bodies shimmering beneath the light. They followed invisible paths written by the gravitational interplay above, crossing entire oceans in perfect synchrony. When both moons aligned, The seas came alive with movement. Migrations that spanned the planet, feeding and spawning timed to the lunar rhythm. The oceans had learned to speak, not just through tides, but through life itself. The creatures were now the words in its song. The surface of the sea reflected this dialogue in beauty and violence. During the twin full moons, the world glowed brighter than ever before. The light danced across the waves, turning them into shifting mirrors that rippled with the pulse of the planet's shared breath. For hours, even the night itself seemed to dissolve. The sea became a sheet of silver, alive with the movement of countless beings drawn upward by the call of the light. Then, as the smaller moon slipped behind its companion, a hush fell. The water darkened, the current stilled, and the world seemed to listen. It was as though the sea was pausing to breathe, waiting for the next note. Deep below, in the trenches where sunlight had never reached, the song took on another form. Here, the pull of the moons was weaker, but it still resonated. The pressure waves that rippled through the water carried faint vibrations from the surface. Creatures of the abyss responded in turn, releasing pulses of bioluminescence that rose through the water column like echoing replies. The result was a slow, patient dialogue between surface and depth, a planetary heartbeat that spanned the vertical miles of the sea. Sometimes, the two moons aligned in rare perfection, and the harmony between them transformed the entire planet. Tides surged higher than ever before, carrying warm water into frozen reaches and stirring dormant life into motion. The continents quivered as gravity pulled at their bones, and deep sea vents erupted in bursts of mineral fire. The sea glowed brighter than it ever had, its waves breaking in luminous foam that rolled for hundreds of miles. It was not destruction, but renewal, a cleansing note in the endless composition. The earth began to remember these patterns. In the layers of sediment, in the grooves of coral, in the fossils left by those who lived and died by the moon's rhythm, the planet stored the song. Every cycle left a mark, a trace of motion, frozen in time. The sea's voice had become history, written not in ink, but in stone and salt. Even as ages passed and species rose and vanished, the sea never forgot how to speak in moons. Its pulse remained steady, its rhythm unbroken. And though no creature yet understood the fullness of the song, all of them lived within it. The waves carried not only water, but memory. The echoes of alignment and discord, of silence and storm. The earth itself was listening now, its every breath tied to the same celestial pattern. And above, the two moons continued their dialogue, patient and eternal. Each orbit was a word, each eclipse a pause. Together, they told the same story over and over, of light and pull, of rise and fall, of life born from motion. The sea was their voice, the world their witness, and in their music, the planet found its first true language, the song of gravity, of memory, of moons. The two moons, long companions in their shared orbit, had begun to drift toward discord. For millions of years they had danced in harmony, one calm and stately, the other swift and impulsive. But no balance lasts forever. The same gravitational pull that bound them to Earth also bound them to each other. And in that subtle connection, a slow struggle began. What had once been a duet was turning into a contest. The heavens were preparing for another act of creation disguised as conflict. It began as a gentle waver in their orbits, so slight that even the tides barely noticed. The smaller moon's path became erratic again, tugged forward and back by its larger sibling. The Earth's rotation, slowed over eons by their combined pull, no longer held them in perfect rhythm. Each orbit, The smaller moon gained a little energy, spiraling slightly outward before being pulled back in. The great moon resisted, its immense gravity anchoring the pair. But every cycle strained the bond further. The two celestial bodies, locked in their endless waltz, were slowly pulling each other apart. Below, the seas responded first. The familiar rhythms of tide and current began to falter. High waters came early. Low tides lingered. Creatures who had synchronized their lives to the predictable patterns of the moons found themselves disoriented. Great migrations of fish and plankton drifted off course. Coral reefs were left exposed or drowned. The ocean's music, once steady, now carried dissonant notes. Storms formed without warning, their paths erratic and violent. The Earth was once again caught in the tension of forces far beyond its control. At night, the conflict was written across the sky. The great outer moon rose with its usual grace, vast and serene, a pale guardian watching over the world. But not long after, the smaller moon appeared, brighter than before, racing across the heavens as if chasing something unseen. Sometimes it came too close, its scarred surface glowing with reflected fire. Other nights, it seemed to fade entirely, hidden by distance or shadow. The heavens had become unpredictable, a theater of shifting light. Creatures that once relied on the sky's rhythm now faced confusion. Even the plants of the night gardens turned their luminous fronds uncertainly, unable to decide which light to follow. Eventually, the struggle grew visible, even to the slow awareness of the planet itself. When the moons passed near one another, the pull between them distorted their shapes, stretching their crusts until mountains rose and fell within days. Vast plumes of dust escaped into space, forming temporary halos that caught sunlight and scattered it across the atmosphere. For a brief age, the Earth was surrounded by shimmering arcs of light, ghostly ribbons that drifted from horizon to horizon. But beauty has a cost. The smaller moon was losing its balance, drawn too close, then flung too far. One night, the two moons crossed paths more closely than they ever had before. Their orbits brushed like colliding tides, and the tension between them snapped. The smaller moon's crust cracked, molten rivers spilling across its face as tidal forces twisted it. The larger moon's surface quaked, sending clouds of dust and fragments into the void. The sky flared with brightness. Two glowing worlds locked in a silent struggle that lit the oceans and deserts below. Tides surged hundreds of meters high, smashing against continents. The Earth groaned under the strain, its crust flexing as if trying to absorb the pain of its companions. Then came the separation. The smaller moon, exhausted by the pull, was thrown outward. Its orbit elongated into a stretched, trembling loop. The great moon steadied itself, reclaiming dominance over the sky. For thousands of years afterward, the smaller moon wobbled through its orbit, sometimes near enough to cast a red shadow across the larger's face, sometimes so distant that it seemed on the edge of vanishing. The two no longer moved as partners, but as estranged siblings, bound by gravity, divided by fate. The Earth bore their marks. The once balanced tides became more extreme. Vast surges followed by unnatural stillness. Whole ecosystems vanished, replaced by new ones adapted to chaos. Volcanoes erupted across fault lines strained by shifting gravity. The sky, thick with dust, glowed dimly for centuries. The people who would one day rise from these lands would find traces of glass and stone fused by heat, silent records of the night when the heavens tore themselves apart. And yet, when the dust finally settled and the oceans calmed, a new order emerged. The great moon, unchallenged now, became the planet's steady heart again. The smaller, humbled but enduring, continued to circle in its new, wider path, its fractured face glowing faintly red. Together, they resumed their silent orbit, no longer equals, but still companions. Their struggle had rewritten the sky, changing forever the shape of night. From the surface, the world seemed quieter now. The tides found a new rhythm, slower, deeper, more predictable. Life adjusted again, as it always did. But hidden in the core of the planet, and in the molten heart of the moons themselves, the memory of that ancient conflict remained. A faint vibration in the stone, a reminder that even the most delicate balances must break before they can begin anew. The moons had fought for the sky, and in doing so, had given the earth something precious. Stability born of struggle, harmony restored through chaos. The heavens, once at war, now moved in solemn peace, their light falling across the sea like forgiveness. The wounds of the sky had not yet healed. The smaller moon, thrown outward in its uneven orbit, began to drift back toward its sibling, pulled by the same invisible thread that had bound them since their birth. But this time, it did not return in grace. It came trailing debris, a ghost cloaked in dust and molten scars. Each approach brought tremors to the earth below. The age that followed would be remembered in the rocks as the collision age, when heaven's anger rained upon the planet, reshaping continents and seas alike. At first, it was only fragments, tiny meteoroids glowing faintly as they burned in the atmosphere. They fell like glowing embers across the oceans, harmless and beautiful, a shower of light that painted the night sky in ribbons of silver and red. But the beauty hid the warning. With each orbit, the smaller moon lost more of itself. The gravitational tug from its larger companion tore it apart grain by grain until whole mountains were pulled from its surface and cast into space. Those fragments gathered into a swarm that began circling the earth like a ghostly crown. When the first great fragment fell, it shattered the peace forever. It struck the ocean with the force of a god's heartbeat, sending walls of water racing outward in every direction. Entire coastlines vanished beneath the surge. The air filled with steam, and rain fell for weeks as the ocean boiled and cooled in waves of chaos. Creatures that had survived countless tidal ages were swept into extinction overnight. The sea that had once sung to the moons now screamed under their fury. Each collision carved scars across the planet. Some struck in deserts, igniting the air into plasma that turned sand into glass. Others plunged into the deep ocean, sending shock waves that echoed through the mantle. Volcanoes erupted in sympathy, their molten hearts awakened by the pounding above. For centuries, the Earth's surface was in constant flux. Continents shifted, islands rose and sank, and the air thickened with ash. The sunlight dimmed to a red haze, filtering through the debris now orbiting the world like a ring. The Earth had become a world of twilight. The great moon, too, bore the marks of the war. The bombardment chipped away at its surface, pitting it with fresh scars that glowed with molten veins. But its mass held steady. It was too large, too stable to fall. The smaller moon, however, was losing its identity. Its orbit tightened again, its fragments spiraling closer each cycle, drawn toward both the Earth and its massive twin. Each time it passed, its reflection shimmered through the ring of debris, a broken mirror in motion. From the surface, the sky was no longer serene. It burned with light and movement. At night, streaks of fire traced the heavens as fragments collided with each other, sparking silent explosions that illuminated the dust-choked atmosphere. There were nights when 3, 4, even 5 glowing objects could be seen at once. Moons, shards, and reflections weaving a chaotic ballet. The people who would one day tell stories of this age would call it the era of falling stars, when the heavens themselves were alive with fury. Beneath that fiery sky, life persisted in strange ways. Some species fled to the depths of the sea, hiding from the storm above. Others adapted to the red gloom, their eyes adjusting to the perpetual twilight. Plants evolved thicker leaves to capture what little light remained. The balance of the biosphere shifted yet again, favoring endurance over abundance. The world was harsh, unpredictable, and alive with transformation. The collision age, for all its terror, was also a forge, burning away the fragile to reveal the resilient. In the final act of that celestial struggle, the smaller moon returned for the last time. Its orbit had decayed beyond salvation. On a night when the great moon hung low and full, the broken one appeared beside it, glowing faintly through the haze. For a brief moment, they moved together again, as they had in the beginning. Two lights sharing the sky, reflecting their fractured brilliance across the battered earth. Then, without sound, the smaller moon began to crumble. Gravity tore it apart completely, scattering it into a glowing arc that spread around the planet like a luminous scar. For weeks afterward, the sky rained with the remnants. The largest pieces fell into the oceans, raising vapor clouds that encircled the globe. Smaller fragments formed a shining ring that glowed faintly in the night, circling the planet like a band of mourning. The great moon remained, solitary now, watching over the wreckage of its lost companion. Its reflection on the oceans looked dimmer than before, as if even its light carried sorrow. The earth would heal as it always did. The oceans calmed, the ash settled, the atmosphere cleared enough for sunlight to reach the surface again. But the scars of the collision age would never vanish. In the layers of stone, in the chemical shifts of the air, in the cratered face of the surviving moon, the story of the broken twin was written forever. And yet, from the chaos came stability. With only one moon left to pull at its tides, Earth's rhythms began to steady. The wild tides gentled, the storms softened, and for the first time in millions of years, silence began to return to the world. But the silence was not emptiness. It was the breath after creation, the calm that follows the forging of something new. The Earth had survived the collision age, baptized in fire and water, shaped by loss into balance once more. The sky, though emptier, gleamed with a single, steadfast light, the last survivor of a war between worlds, and the keeper of their memory. In the wake of the smaller moon's death, Earth found itself wearing a crown of ghosts. The fragments that once made up that lost satellite did not fall entirely to the planet below. Many remained in orbit, circling the globe in a vast halo of dust, rock, and glittering ice. From the ground, they shone like a second dawn, thin, luminous bands that stretched across the heavens. It was the era of rings, when the night sky gleamed not with the steady glow of two companions, but with a shimmering river of scattered light. At first, the sight was breathtaking. The rings spanned the sky like a bridge between horizons, glowing silver in the great moon's light. During twilight, it glimmered with color, shifting from violet to gold as the sun slipped away. To those who looked up, it must have seemed that the heavens had replaced their lost moon with something far grander. But beauty in nature is never still. The ring was a restless monument, made not of peace, but of motion and decay. Each piece of debris followed its own fragile orbit, and collisions among them sent showers of light streaking across the atmosphere. Night after night, Meteors rained down in silent cascades, the remnants of a celestial funeral. From space, the Earth now appeared transformed. The ring encircled it like a glowing wound, faintly luminous even on the planet's dark side. It caught sunlight during the day, scattering it into the upper atmosphere so that twilight lingered longer than before. The boundary between night and day blurred. The world glowed, even in darkness. For countless generations of life below, the stars became dim ghosts behind a veil of dust. The world no longer slept beneath a black sky. It dreamed beneath a curtain of light. The ring's influence stretched beyond beauty. Its shadow fell across the oceans, altering how the planet breathed. The constant shimmer reflected sunlight back into space, cooling the equatorial regions while trapping heat near the poles. Weather patterns shifted. Winds changed course. Deserts bloomed in places that had once been barren, while forests withered in regions that had long known rain. The ring became another player in Earth's endless cycle of transformation, a silent conductor shaping climate, tides, and life. In the seas, plankton adapted to the strange twilight. They floated closer to the surface, drawn to the constant dimness that mimicked perpetual dusk. With them came the creatures that fed upon them, schools of fish that swam by the light of the ring, their scales flashing like tiny mirrors. The ocean glowed faintly every night, reflecting the shimmer above. It was as though the sky and sea had become one, bound by a shared radiance. Over the centuries, the ring thickened and thinned, shifting as gravity tugged and dispersed its contents. When the particles clustered together, the sky brightened until even the stars vanished behind its glow. When they spread out, the heavens dimmed, and the surviving moon shone more boldly through the gaps. The great moon had become both ruler and witness, its pale light weaving through the debris field like a thread of memory, illuminating the remnants of its fallen twin. The Earth itself began to respond to this delicate balance. With the smaller moon gone, the tides had weakened, yet the ring added a strange rhythm of its own. Each orbit of the larger debris clusters produced minor gravitational pulses that stirred the oceans in unpredictable ways. There were tides within tides, smaller waves nested within larger ones. The planet's crust felt these tremors too, flexing subtly beneath the uneven pull. Volcanoes near the equator erupted more frequently, their plumes joining the dust that already circled the Earth, feeding the very ring that inspired them. As the ring brightened, life learned new tricks. Some nocturnal creatures evolved reflective eyes that sparkled in the dim glow, allowing them to hunt or flee even in perpetual twilight. Plants adapted pigments to capture the softened light, developing darker hues that drank in every photon. The forests turned from green to deep indigo, their leaves shimmering faintly under the ring's reflection. It was a world bathed in silver, a planet of slow sunsets and endless dawns. But the beauty of the rings carried the weight of impermanence. Each collision among its fragments bled energy into the system, sending particles drifting lower toward the Earth. Slowly, the brilliant halo began to fade. The skies grew darker year by year, and the rain of meteors became less frequent. The ring was falling, not all at once, but like sand slipping through an hourglass. Some fragments burned up in the atmosphere, streaking the sky with fire. Others crashed into the oceans, releasing clouds of steam that joined the eternal cycle of rain. The era of rings lasted longer than memory, but shorter than eternity. It ended not in an instant, but in a long sigh of dissolution. When the last traces of the fallen moon had either scattered into space or returned to Earth, only the great moon remained, a silent sentinel once more, circling the world with patient grace. Yet its reflection on the ocean still shimmered faintly with silver dust, as though some part of the ring's radiance refused to die. And in that faint, lingering glow, the earth carried the memory of its lost companion. The rings had been both grave and crown, a luminous echo of destruction transformed into wonder. As they faded into history, the planet stood renewed, its skies darker, but its balance restored. The night once again belonged to a single moon, and beneath its solitary gaze, life prepared quietly for its next transformation. The sky had grown quieter. The radiant bands that once circled the planet had thinned to nothing, leaving behind a darkness that felt immense and unfamiliar. For the first time in millions of years, Earth looked upward and saw only two companions, the sun and the surviving moon. Day and night had resumed their old order. The shimmering twilight that had bathed the world for ages faded into memory. What remained was stillness, the quiet heartbeat of a world that had survived its own chaos. The age of rings had ended. The age of loneliness had begun. The moon, now alone in its dominion, traced its steady arc across the heavens. Its light no longer shared. It seemed both brighter and more distant. It illuminated a world reshaped by everything that had come before. Oceans newly calm, continents scarred and fertile, skies cleared of dust, but haunted by what they had seen. The earth turned beneath it like a survivor taking its first unsteady breaths after a storm. The pull between planet and satellite had settled into a rhythm that would define the rest of history, a slow dance born from loss. The tides, once violent and unpredictable, found a new equilibrium. They rose and fell with the grace of a measured breath, each cycle a whisper of memory. The oceans no longer roared with rage, but sighed with patience, their motion shaped by a single guiding hand. Along the shores, life returned. Algae bloomed in green mats over newly formed deltas. Crabs and mollusks crept across rocks polished by millennia of flood and retreat. Above them, the air shimmered with dragonfly-like creatures testing the sky once again, their wings flashing under the soft moonlight. Nature, indifferent to tragedy, began rebuilding with quiet determination. For countless nights, the great moon gazed down upon these changes, watching the earth remake itself. Its face was no longer smooth. The scars from the collision age, craters, fractures, and plains of frozen lava, told the story of survival in silence. Every crater reflected sunlight in pale silver, a constellation upon its own body. From below, those patterns became familiar landmarks in the sky, eternal and unchanging. The earth had lost two moons, gained rings, survived storms of fire and flood, and yet here it was, turning still, breathing still. The relationship between Earth and Moon deepened in this solitude. Without the smaller moon's interference, their gravitational bond strengthened subtly, their paths aligning with precision. The moon's orbit stabilized, locking its face toward the planet forever. From then on, one side would always look upon the world, while the other remained hidden. A dark secret turned toward the void. It was as though the moon had made a vow to never turn away again. From that moment forward, the earth would always have a familiar gaze watching over it, a steady presence in the night. But this new peace carried echoes of melancholy. The earth, once bathed in the light of multiple moons and the shimmer of rings, now slept beneath a simpler sky. The nights were deeper, the shadows longer. The oceans reflected one pale orb instead of many. In the stillness, the planet seemed to remember all that had been lost. The vibrant chaos of three moons, the glowing veil of debris, the symphony of tides, that had once filled its days with endless motion. The silence felt heavier now, like the pause after a long song whose final note still lingers in the air. Yet loneliness can be fertile. The steady presence of a single moon brought balance the world had never known. Seasons became gentler. Weather found predictability. The slower tides nurtured new coastlines rich with nutrients, where early plants took root and spread. In shallow lagoons, life began to experiment again. Simple organisms forming colonies, testing structure and cooperation. The absence of chaos gave evolution the space to imagine. From the stability of solitude, complexity began to rise. High above, the moon's gravity continued its patient work. Each passing century, it tugged gently at Earth's rotation, slowing it, lengthening the days and nights. The planet's pulse grew steadier, and with that steadiness came rhythm. Time enough for organisms to adapt, to breathe, to thrive. The Earth's heart, once racing with upheaval, now beat in calm intervals. The moon had become not just a companion, but a caretaker. When the sun rose, its light poured across a planet remade by balance. The golden warmth touched forests that stretched from the coasts, plains that swayed with new grasses, mountains whose peaks glowed white with ice. The storms that once carried the scent of destruction now brought renewal. Each drop of rain carried minerals from land to sea, feeding the silent web of life that pulsed beneath the surface. And when night fell, the moon rose once more, alone, steadfast, radiant. It watched over oceans that glittered faintly with plankton, over lands breathing with green. It had seen worlds born and destroyed, skies filled with fire and rings, and now it watched a gentler story unfold. The age of violence was over. What remained was endurance, quiet and eternal. Earth and moon, two lonely wanderers bound by gravity, by history, by the memory of everything they had lost. Together they drifted through the dark, orbiting not only the sun, but the echoes of their own creation. The chaos had ended, but the memory of it lived on in every wave that touched the shore, in every shadow cast beneath the moon's light. It was no longer a world of war or wonder, but of quiet companionship. A planet and its last moon, circling each other in endless, tender silence. The world had settled into its new rhythm, a planet breathing slowly beneath the watchful gaze of a single moon. The nights were no longer alive with the shimmer of rings or the chaotic pull of multiple tides. Now there was only one light above, one steady presence that ruled the darkness with quiet authority. The last moon stood alone, a survivor among ghosts. It carried within its silence the weight of all that had come before, the collisions, the storms, the songs of the vanished moons, and it reflected them back in its pale, patient glow. Each night it rose, serene and unchanged, its cratered face a record of everything the cosmos had written upon it. The earth turned beneath, oceans folding and unfolding in gentle cadence, mountains gleaming under its touch. Where once the tides had roared and raged under three competing forces, they now moved like slow breaths, as if the planet had learned to sleep again. Yet the calm was deceptive, for the moon's gravity was still whispering to the Earth's core, reshaping the invisible heartbeat of the planet. The dance between them continued, slower now, but filled with purpose. The last moon had become something more than a satellite. It was a witness, a memory etched into orbit. From its distant surface, the Earth would have looked impossibly alive, swirling with oceans and clouds, glowing blue and white against the void. The moon, gray and silent, was the mirror of that vitality. It no longer had a companion to share its pull, no smaller sibling to tug at its orbit. moved alone, balanced in the perfect tension between falling and fleeing. A monument to endurance. Below, the world began to respond to this constancy. The tides nourished vast stretches of coast where life flourished in rhythmic cycles. Algae and coral responded to the moon's phases, blooming and resting in time with its light. Even the land seemed to listen. Forests leaned subtly toward the lunar glow, and nocturnal creatures patterned their lives around its waxing and waning. The moon's rhythm became the planet's metronome, a silent keeper of time that everything from plankton to predator obeyed. And so the world entered an age of delicate harmony. The chaos of multiple moons had forged the Earth into strength. Now the quiet of one allowed it to refine that strength into balance. Continents settled. Oceans found their boundaries. The skies cleared enough for stars to return, thousands of them glittering above the solitary moon like an audience of ancient witnesses. For the first time in eons, the universe around the Earth felt still. Yet even in solitude, the last moon was not immune to change. Its orbit, though steady, was slowly expanding, drifting outward as the Earth's rotation continued to slow. Each century, the moon grew a little more distant, a few centimeters further from the planet that had birthed it. The two remained bound by gravity, but their closeness, once forged by cataclysm, was gently unraveling. It was not a separation of grief, but of evolution. The Earth was learning independence. The moon was learning detachment. Their bond would last billions of years, but already the slow parting had begun. From the Earth's surface, this shift was invisible, yet it shaped everything. Days grew longer, nights stretched wider. The planet's rhythm, once fast and erratic, now lengthened like a heartbeat calming after exertion. The creatures that inhabited it adapted unconsciously, their bodies attuned to longer days and gentler seasons. Evolution favored patience now. Plants that grew steadily, animals that moved with deliberation, cycles of birth and death measured not in frenzy, but in endurance. Sometimes, during the longest nights, the moon appeared closer than it truly was, enormous and luminous on the horizon. It cast silver paths across the oceans, turning waves into sheets of light. To the creatures that looked upon it, whether crawling, flying, or swimming, it was the eternal companion, the guiding lantern of the night. It had watched over every transformation, every extinction, every rebirth. And it would continue to watch long after the forms of life it nurtured were gone. The Earth and the last moon existed now in a kind of quiet conversation. The pull between them, though imperceptible, was constant, an invisible thread connecting sea to sky, rock to orbit. When earthquakes shuddered through the crust or volcanoes poured fire into the sea, their timing still echoed the moon's gravity. It was as though the planet and its lone companion were still speaking in the old language of tides, remembering the ancient storms that had once bound them in chaos. The last moon stood alone. Yes, but it was not lonely. It was surrounded by the memory of what had been and the promise of what was still unfolding. Its solitude was purpose, its stillness the canvas upon which all future rhythms would be drawn. From its high orbit, it looked down upon a planet transformed, a world that had learned balance through destruction, patience through loss, and beauty through silence. And so, beneath its steady light, Earth continued its eternal turning. Oceans whispered their stories against the shores. Winds carried the dust of old worlds across the new. And high above, the last moon shone, a solitary witness to the passage of time, the survivor of celestial wars, the guardian of a world still learning to dream. It was no longer a remnant of chaos, but a symbol of endurance. A single, unwavering eye, watching the universe unfold in quiet wonder. The nights had become clear again. With the last traces of dust gone from the upper air, the stars returned in their billions, sharp and cold, like grains of salt scattered across a black sea. In their midst drifted the lone moon, steadfast and luminous, its pale face bright enough to cast shadows, but distant enough to seem untouchable. Beneath it, the world had ripened. The oceans breathed slowly, forests spread across the continents, and life had crept inland in countless shapes, each one moving to the rhythm of the tides that the moon alone still commanded. The earth no longer needed to roar or tremble to announce its vitality. Its power was quiet now, folded into the steady cycles of wind, water, and growth. And yet, for all its abundance, something in the planet's silence mirrored that of its companion in the sky. The moon watched, patient and unchanged, while life below bloomed and faded in endless variation. It had seen the planet born in fire, seen seas boil and freeze, seen skies turn from red to blue. And now it watched the green spread like a whisper of permanence across the world. Each night, its light fell upon a different landscape. Sometimes it shone over the dark jungles where giant ferns swayed in the humid air. Other times it silvered the plains where herds of great creatures moved like living shadows. Its reflection shimmered on lakes and rivers, dividing them into veins of brightness and dark. The creatures of the earth, though they did not understand, still looked upward, their eyes catching that light. For them, the moon was the pulse that never ceased, the silent guardian that had always been there. A reminder that the heavens, too, had memory. In the vastness of the sea, the tides still carried the moon's story. Twice each day the waters rose and fell, whispering to the shores. The rhythm had become so precise that it might have seemed mechanical, but it was anything but lifeless. Within that motion, whole worlds thrived. Coral reefs grew in step with the pull, breathing in when the water rose, exhaling when it fell. Tiny plankton, drifting between surface and depth, followed its gravitational cues like dancers tracing invisible lines in the dark. Even the deep currents that moved unseen beneath the waves carried its signature, a pulse that bound the planet together. Above, the moon's face remained frozen in its eternal gaze. Its craters, carved long ago by collisions, no longer changed. The chaos that had forged it was over, but its scars were permanent. Stories written in stone, untouched by weather or time. From those silent plains of dust, the earth would have appeared vibrant and impossibly alive, spinning in blues and greens, its clouds swirling like breath. The moon's solitude was complete, yet through that distance, it was never truly alone. It had purpose in its stillness. Its gravity shaped every wave, every breath of wind, every small turn of the world's interior. The partnership between Earth and Moon was no longer violent. It had matured into a kind of cosmic serenity. The Moon's orbit continued to drift outward, infinitesimally, each year moving farther away. The Earth's rotation slowed to match, its days stretching into longer, gentler arcs. The two were aging together, their energy diffusing but their bond unbroken. Each understood the other through motion alone, through the subtle exchange of force and response. It was a conversation too deep for sound, too ancient for words, an unending dialogue between a world that lived and one that simply endured. There were nights when the moon appeared enormous on the horizon, low and golden, rising over the curve of the ocean like a god returning from exile. The air seemed to hold its breath in those moments. The creatures of the world paused, their instincts brushing against something vast and familiar. In that quiet awe, the connection between Earth and its satellite was renewed, not as dominance, not as worship, but as recognition. The moon was a memory of creation itself, a fragment of the planet that had once been part of its own body. It was not an outsider, but a piece of the Earth that had never truly left. And so the last moon stood alone, not as a relic, but as a reminder. It was the witness of all that had passed, the historian of oceans and storms, the keeper of rhythm in a universe of silence. Its light carried across the centuries, falling on everything that would come and go, on forests that would grow and vanish, on creatures that would rise to consciousness and look back in wonder. The moon's solitude was not a tragedy, but a triumph, proof that endurance could be as beautiful as chaos. The world turned beneath it, slow and sure, wrapped in its quiet companionship. The tides continued to move, the winds to shift, the stars to drift overhead. And through it all, the moon remained, poised in the vastness, unchanging, eternal, the last sentinel of the old sky. It had seen worlds born and worlds destroyed, and now it watched one that endured. Its reflection on the sea was the same as it had been since the Yazgul, beginning soft and silver, breathing light into the darkness. The age of many moons had passed into legend, but their memory lived on in that single glow, steadfast and eternal, a pale reminder of everything the Earth had been and everything it still might become. Beneath the tranquil sky, the Earth carried its memories not in words, but in the language of stone. Every grain of sand, every folded ridge of mountain, every fossil locked in ancient strata was a line in a story the planet had been writing since its birth. The moon shone upon these archives each night, its light brushing over cliffs and valleys that held the memory of collisions and floods, of fire and ice. Though life moved forward in its endless dance, the land beneath it remembered everything. The Earth was a historian, patient and precise, keeping record not in ink but in pressure and time. Deep beneath the oceans, the crust bore the marks of the moons that had once ruled the tides. The layers of sediment, laid down in endless rhythm, formed rings of their own, thin bands of history that told of chaotic seas and calm ages, of darkness and renewal. In certain places where tectonic plates collided, those memories were thrust upward, revealed in jagged mountains streaked with minerals from forgotten depths. Within those stones, the story of the lost moons remained, written in the chemical shifts that only gravity could have caused. To the unknowing eye, a mountain was simply a mountain, but to the planet, it was a memory given shape. When rain fell, it too participated in remembrance. Droplets seeped through cracks and fissures, dissolving minerals, carving slow paths downward through the crust. In their descent, they carried whispers of what had been. Particles from ancient seas, dust from vanished skies, the faint residue of the meteor showers that had once burned during the collision age. Those waters would re-emerge in springs and rivers, flowing clear and cold, yet infused with the memory of worlds that no longer existed. Every stream, every trickle, was the planet speaking softly to itself. Even the winds remembered. They crossed deserts that had once been seafloors, lifting grains of fossilized plankton into the air, scattering them across continents. Each gust carried fragments of long-extinct life, the dust of Eris. When the winds calmed and that dust settled, it became part of new soil, feeding plants and shaping the landscapes of the living. The planet's memory was not still. It was alive, moving through air and water, constantly rewritten by time. And above it all, the moon continued its silent observation. Its light reached across these memories, touching the same mountains it had seen rise from molten plains, the same seas that had once boiled under its pull. The moon itself was a record too. Its face, marked with impact craters and dark plains of frozen basalt, mirrored the scars of the Earth's own surface. Where the planet healed and changed, the moon remained unaltered, preserving in stillness what the Earth could not. Together, they were like two halves of a single memory, one dynamic and alive, the other eternal and unchanging. Over eons, the Earth's crust became a palimpsest, its older stories buried beneath newer ones, but never truly erased. The continents drifted, carrying fossils of ancient creatures far from the seas that had birthed them. Volcanic islands rose, built from the same material that once lay miles beneath the surface. When those islands eroded, their fragments joined the ocean floor again, completing the circle. In this way, the Earth's memory was cyclical, folding upon itself endlessly, each age a layer laid gently atop the last. The creatures that walked upon it had no way of knowing the depth of what lay beneath their feet. To them, the rocks were merely obstacles or shelter, not the frozen echoes of cosmic events. But life was beginning to evolve the capacity for curiosity. Eyes had long watched the moon. Now, minds were beginning to wonder why it shone. In caves and canyons, early beings traced patterns with their hands, unknowingly aligning them with the same motions written in the sky. They could not yet read the language of stone, but they were beginning to sense its rhythm. When the moonlight touched the cliffs at night, it revealed veins of quartz that shimmered faintly like frozen lightning. In those veins were the minerals forged in the collisions of the past, reminders of the violence that had birthed peace. The world itself had been sculpted by chaos, and now it stood as a monument to endurance. The rocks that glowed under the moon were fragments of that story, a testimony carved in silence, patient and eternal. The Earth did not mourn the moons it had lost. It carried them within, their dust mingled into its crust, their influence woven into its gravity. Every tide, every tremor, every gentle erosion of stone was part of that inheritance. And though the planet's surface would rise and fall countless more times, though ice would come and melt and come again, the memory would endure. Under the gaze of the last moon, the Earth turned slowly, its continents breathing in the dark. The mountains glistened faintly, the rivers whispered through their ancient channels, and the winds swept quietly over plains where the fossils of forgotten ages lay hidden just beneath the soil. The world was not merely alive. It was remembering, endlessly, perfectly, through every grain of sand and every ripple of the sea. The moon watched, and the Earth spoke, and between them, the past never truly vanished. The world had grown old enough to dream again. Life, once ruled by instinct and survival, began to find beauty in rhythm, in pattern, in the soft pulse of the tides. Among the creatures who watched the moon, one lineage began to wonder, to remember, and to tell. They did not yet have language as it would one day exist, but they had sound and gesture, and most importantly, they had the desire to make meaning out of light. These were the first poets of the world, the ones who looked up at the single moon and felt something stir within them, something ancient and unspoken, echoing from the age when 3 moons had shared the sky. The memory of those moons had never truly vanished. It lingered in the cycles of the sea, in the deep geology of the planet, and somewhere, faintly, in the collective pulse of the living. The first poets did not know the science of the heavens, but they sensed the ghosts of that lost trinity. To them, the moon they saw each night was not alone. It carried the shadows of its fallen siblings, visible only in dreams and reflections. When the full moon rose, enormous and silver over the dark plains, they gathered to watch it, to hum and sway, to give form to awe. They carved circles into the earth and stone, arranging them in groups of 3, as if guided by a memory that predated their own kind. Their songs were slow, pulsing like the waves that lapped the shore. They sang of balance and loss, of the light that had once been many but was now one. Their voices rose and fell with the tides, following the same rhythm that had shaped their ancestors. When storms came, they believed it was the moon remembering its siblings, crying salt tears into the sea. When the waters were calm and the air still, they said the moon was dreaming, recalling the time when the sky had been full of company. Over generations, the stories deepened. The poets spoke of 3 great lights that once ruled the heavens: the Mother, the Wanderer, and the Broken One. The Mother was the great moon that still shone, constant and kind, guardian of the seas. The Wanderer was the smaller moon, swift and wild, whose passion had once stirred the tides to madness. The Broken One was the youngest, who had burned too brightly and fallen, scattering its spirit into the stars. Their tale was not one of war, but of yearning, a cosmic family torn apart by gravity and time. To those early storytellers, the moon's phases were a conversation between the living and the lost. The crescent was a memory returning, the full moon a reunion, the darkness a moment of mourning. They painted the cycles onto cave walls with ash and ochre, recording the sky in pigment long before they would ever write in words. Around their fires, they traced the story of the heavens in the air, fingers dancing through smoke like orbiting moons. As their minds grew sharper, their myths grew layered. They began to see the same pattern in themselves: life and death, growth and decay, the endless repetition of renewal. They told how the Broken One had not truly died, but had fallen to earth, its dust seeding the seas, its essence becoming life itself. In every living creature, they said, a spark of that lost moon still burned. The poets saw their own reflection in that story, a reminder that creation always followed destruction, that every ending gave birth to something new. Even as centuries passed and language evolved, the story endured. The symbols of 3 circles carved in stone became sacred emblems, passed from one generation to the next. The moon remained their teacher. It taught them patience, showing that light could vanish and return. It taught them rhythm, guiding the cycles of planting and harvest. And it taught them memory, that even when something is lost, its influence lingers, shaping everything that follows. The poets began to weave their myths into the world's first songs, blending sound with the night air. Their voices echoed through canyons and across plains, carried by the same winds that once bore the dust of fallen moons. To them, every hill was a relic, every wave a verse. They spoke not only to each other, but to the planet itself, continuing the dialogue that had begun when the seas first rose to meet the sky. The moon watched them with its steady gaze, casting silver light on their faces as they sang. It could not answer, but in their voices, it found remembrance. They were the inheritors of its story, the continuation of the dialogue between heaven and earth. Through them, the memory of the 3 moons lived on, not in stone or orbit, but in sound, in myth, in the unending human urge to remember and to imagine. And so the poets of the 3 moons carried the past into the future. They did not know that their songs would one day evolve into language, into writing, into the stories that would define civilizations. They only knew that when they looked at the moon, they felt something eternal staring back, a reflection of their own longing to understand, to belong, to give voice to the silence of the sky. In their music, the cosmos found continuity. In their stories, the heavens found a mirror. The earth turned beneath their song, and the last moon listened, shining softly, like an old god who knew that, even in solitude, memory could still sing. As the poet's song spread and evolved, so too did their power over the minds of those who listened. The moon had always stirred emotion, but now it began to shape thought itself. The people had learned to live by its rhythm, to plant, to hunt, to rest according to its light. But they also began to feel its pull in stranger ways. The same gravitational sway that moved oceans now tugged at the tides of the mind. Under the silver glow of the full moon, something primal stirred in the hearts of those who watched it. The poets sang of memory and beauty, but others began to whisper of madness. It started quietly, in the nights when the moon swelled bright enough to turn darkness into day. Those who could not sleep claimed to hear voices in the wind, soft murmurs that rose and fell with the tides. The voices spoke of water, of fire, of lost moons still drifting somewhere beyond sight. Some called them dreams. Others said they were memories buried deep within the blood, echoes of an age when the world had known more than one companion in the sky. The poets listened to these whispers too, and their songs changed. They became darker, more fevered, laced with longing and fear. The moon had become both muse and tormentor. Its light revealed and distorted, inspiring creation even as it unbalanced the minds of those who gazed too long. Among the poets, some claimed that when the moon was at its fullest, they could feel its pulse through the ground, a vibration running through the stone like the earth itself was remembering. They called it the loon's breath, a moment when the boundaries between flesh and gravity, between thought and tide, began to blur. Many sought the experience, believing that in madness there was truth. Under those nights of blinding silver, entire gatherings would form along the coasts. Fires burned low, shadows cast long and sharp, and the people would dance until exhaustion took them. Their movements mimicked the ocean's flow, circling and retreating like waves breaking on the shore. They claimed it was the way to speak to the moon, to echo its rhythm until their hearts matched its pulse. But not all who danced returned to calm. Some stared at the horizon long after dawn, eyes wide with the reflection of the night still inside them. They spoke in riddles, describing visions of 3 moons once again crowding the sky, of the earth split by light and shadow, of voices calling from the sea. Fear began to grow alongside reverence. The moon's light was no longer seen as merely gentle. It became a force of duality, capable of both inspiration and destruction. Healers spoke of lunar fevers, fits of trembling that came during the full moon and vanished when it waned. The afflicted would wander sleepless, whispering of tides that spoke their names. Some disappeared entirely, walking into the ocean as if summoned. When their bodies washed ashore, their faces were calm, their eyes open and unclouded, as though they had seen something too vast to speak of. The poets tried to understand. They gathered the stories, recording them not in words, but in symbols. Spirals, crescents, and waves carved into stone. They spoke of the moon's dual heart, the giver of dreams and the thief of reason. They believed that within the silver light lay a memory of its lost companions, fragments of gravity that still reached down through time, searching for what was gone. Those sensitive to its pull were not cursed, the poets said, but chosen, vessels through which the past still murmured. In their songs, madness became sacred. They sang that the moon's glow carried not insanity, but remembrance, a flood of ancient memory pressing against the fragile walls of the human mind. The more one opened to it, the more they risked drowning in its tide. But some, the rare few, learned to balance on that edge, to let the lunar pull flow through them without consuming them. These became seers, their visions filled with glimpses of the earth before calm, when 3 moons ruled the tides and fire fell from the heavens. Over time, the world learned to live with this duality. The moon became both guardian and test. Its waxing marked times of creation, of music, love, and harvest. Its waning signaled rest, recovery, and silence. The people began to measure not only their lives, but their moods by its phases. And though many feared the full moon, they could not look away. It had become part of them, a reflection of their own divided nature, reason and chaos, order and passion, sanity and dream. The poets, older now, understood what few others did, that the moon was not changing them. It was merely reminding them of what they had always been. Just as the earth still held memory in its stones, humanity carried the memory of the skies within its bones. The moon was a mirror, showing both the beauty and the wildness of their nature. Beneath its silver light, the world had become self-aware, a creature of memory and madness, forever turning between darkness and glow, listening still to the ancient pull that had shaped it since the beginning. As ages turned and the tides of memory ebbed into myth, humanity began to build. The same hands that once carved spirals into stone now raised walls toward the heavens, seeking to give form to their reverence. The poets had taught them to feel, but now they longed to make the feeling tangible, to shape devotion from earth and light. They became the architects of the night, the ones who built for the moon. At first, it began simply, circles of standing stones placed where the moon would rise or set on particular nights. These alignments were no accidents. The builders studied the skies with patience beyond measure, tracking the shifting path of the moon across the years, even lifetimes. They learned that its journey was not constant, that it wobbled and drifted as though remembering its long-lost companions. To them, this slow sway was sacred, the ghostly dance of the 3 moons written in the path of the one that remained. Each structure they built was an echo of the cosmos. Stones were set in precise lines, marking the extremes of the lunar cycle. When moonlight struck through the gaps, it illuminated carvings hidden in shadow the rest of the year. Spirals within spirals, crescents nested like fingerprints, waves that seemed to move when the light shifted. These designs were not mere decoration. They were symbols of alignment, attempts to harmonize human craft with celestial rhythm. The architects believed that by building according to the moon's geometry, they could speak to it directly. Bridge heaven and earth, not through worship, but through understanding. Their temples were not places of walls and roofs, but open-air sanctuaries, where stone met sky. The wind passed freely, the stars looked down, unhindered. To stand within those rings was to feel both small and infinite. When the full moon rose through the central archway, light poured through like water, bathing everything in pale fire. The people gathered to witness it, their voices rising in chants that mimicked the rhythm of tides. Children born on such nights were said to be moon-marked, destined for insight or madness. As their civilizations grew, so too did their ambition. Towers were raised in the shape of crescents, their summits lined with polished stones that reflected moonlight back into the heavens. Bridges spanned rivers in arcs that mirrored lunar paths. Even their cities began to reflect celestial order. Streets arranged in patterns that corresponded to lunar phases. The architects measured time not only by the movement of the sun, but by the silent clockwork of the moon's pull. Each festival, each harvest, each birth was bound to its rhythm. But there was something deeper in their designs, an unspoken remembrance. In secret chambers beneath the grandest structures, they carved depictions of 3 moons, once again lighting the world. The architects called these images the lost geometry. They did not claim it as myth, but as memory, a pattern that nature itself seemed to recall. They built their temples to align not just with the single moon above, but with the imagined paths of the 2 that had perished. On certain nights, when the stars shifted and the moon's light struck just right, 3 circles of brightness would appear on the stone floor. 1 real, 2 reflections. The people knelt before the illusion, as though the ancient heavens had returned. Their understanding of balance shaped more than architecture. It transformed how they thought of existence. They saw themselves as part of a grand structure, the living pillars within a cosmic design. Each act of building was an act of remembering, each monument a translation of gravity into form. They believed that when the earth was young, the 3 moons had been builders too, shaping tides, guiding life, carving the rhythms of time. To build, then, was to imitate the heavens, to participate in creation itself. But even creation carries cost. Over centuries, as these moon temples spread across the continents, people began to argue over meaning. Some believed the moon was divine, the last witness to an age of gods. Others saw it as a symbol of reason and order, the eternal clock by which all things must be measured. Wars of faith and philosophy erupted beneath its calm gaze. Cities rose and fell under its phases, their ruins later repurposed by new builders who repeated the cycle, always under the same light. And yet through all this, the architects of the night continued. They worked not for kings or temples, but for something quieter, the continuity of awe. They knew that their monuments would crumble, but they built anyway, trusting that each stone set in alignment with the moon carried forward the same story. Their designs became the memory of a species, just as strata had been the memory of the earth. On certain nights, when clouds parted and the moon shone through the arches of their forgotten works, the world seemed to hum with recognition. The light traced the old geometry perfectly, as though the moon itself remembered. The architects had succeeded in their true purpose, not to touch the heavens, but to remind the earth that it had always been part of them. The stones remained long after the builders turned to dust, standing as quiet instruments through which the night could still sing. As the ages passed, the monuments of stone became silent. Their builders long returned to dust. But the knowledge they carried did not vanish. It only sank deeper, hidden beneath layers of superstition and time. The great temples that once measured the breath of the moon now stood as mysteries, their purpose guessed at but never truly known. What had once been science was now legend. The lost science of the sky had slipped from the grasp of memory, buried under the weight of stories told and retold by those who remembered only the ritual, not the reason. In the beginning, it had been pure curiosity that drove them. The early astronomers had not worshipped the moon. They had studied it. They charted its movement across the heavens, recording how its rising and setting changed with the seasons. They mapped its angles with the patience of tides and discovered that it pulled not only on water, but on time itself. From the moon's rhythm, they created the first calendars, the first understanding of the cosmos as a living, moving mechanism. But as centuries turned, the clarity of their purpose blurred. What began as observation became ceremony, and ceremony hardened into belief. The temples of the moon grew into sanctuaries of power. Priests replaced scientists, their rituals echoing formulas whose meanings they no longer understood. They recited the lunar cycles as prayers, not equations. The alignments of stone that once served as observatories were said to be doors to other worlds. The sacred geometry was preserved, but its function forgotten. The poets had given the moon its soul, and now humanity gave it its myth. In the process, the bridge between the heavens and reason began to crumble. Yet even in this age of forgetting, there were those who refused to let go of the old knowledge. Quiet observers kept their records by torchlight, drawing the paths of stars and secret scrolls. They noticed that the moon's motion was not perfect, that its orbit trembled ever so slightly, as though remembering something missing. They began to suspect what the ancients had once known, that the Earth's companion had not always been alone. Hidden among ruins, they found carvings of 3 circles intertwined, and they wondered if the old legends of the 3 moons were not just stories, but echoes of something real. These secret scholars called themselves the Watchers. They studied the scars of craters, the faint mineral patterns in stone, the whispers of the tides that did not match their predictions. They concluded that once, long ago, Earth's orbit must have been different, its balance shaped by forces no longer present. But their discoveries were too dangerous for a world ruled by faith. The priests called their ideas heresy, claiming that to question the order of the moon was to question the gods themselves. The Watchers' works were burned, their names erased. Still, fragments survived. A handful of tablets hidden beneath floor stones, a few encoded diagrams carved into the backs of idols. Centuries later, these remnants would be found again, and the cycle of rediscovery would begin anew. Humanity's hunger for the sky could not be extinguished. Each time the moon rose full and clear, it stirred the same questions. Why does it move as it does? What holds it there? What stories lie in its scars? The lost science of the sky waited patiently, scattered through myth like seeds waiting for light. When new thinkers began to look upward once more, they unknowingly retraced the paths of their ancestors. They built new instruments, polished glass to see farther, and drew maps of the heavens that mirrored the old carvings they had forgotten. They spoke of gravity, unaware that they were naming an ancient force already understood in spirit by those who had watched the tides of 3 moons. They believed they were discovering the universe for the first time. Yet the universe had only been rediscovered, remembered through reason rather than song. Even so, the loss had changed humanity. Something subtle had faded from their relationship with the sky. The early poets and architects had seen the moon as both machine and mystery, a living balance of physics and spirit. The new scholars, in their precision, could measure its distance, its orbit, its age. But they could no longer feel it. The language of awe had been replaced by numbers, and though the numbers told truth, they did not sing. The moon remained bright, but the connection that once linked knowledge to reverence dimmed. Still, the memory was not entirely gone. Deep in caves where no instruments could reach, the old carvings still caught the moonlight during rare alignments. On those nights, the beams touched the same symbols that once guided builders and dreamers alike. The world might forget, but the stone did not. And the sky, patient as ever, continued its slow rotation, waiting for those who could see not only with their eyes, but with the ancient intuition that knowledge and wonder were never meant to be separate. The lost science of the sky was never truly lost. It had only gone quiet, waiting for humanity to remember that every discovery is, in truth, a kind of remembrance. The moon shone on, eternal and knowing, reflecting both what was once understood and what still waited to be rediscovered. Beneath its pale light, the earth turned, carrying within it the ghosts of 3 moons and the minds of countless dreamers who had tried, again and again, to read the language of heaven. Civilization, for all its brilliance, was a delicate balance, an orbit of its own, forever circling stability, but never entirely secure within it. Just as the moon's gravity kept the tides from chaos while pulling endlessly against the earth, so too did the forces of progress and destruction pull at the heart of humankind. Each invention, each city, each leap of understanding added weight to one side of the scale. And like the moon itself, civilization found that harmony was not stillness, but motion held just shy of collapse. The moon had once been humanity's compass. Its cycles measured time, its light guided the night, and its patience reflected endurance. But now, as cities gleamed brighter than the stars, few looked up to notice it. The rhythm of tides still whispered its name, but the hum of machinery drowned that song. Humanity had learned to command rivers, to burn the bones of the earth for power, to send metal beyond the sky. Yet, with every triumph came imbalance. The old order of nature that had guided life since the dawn of the first poets was shifting again, and the moon watched silently as civilization built its fragile orbit around ambition. The cities glittered beneath the night like constellations inverted, electric lights mimicking the heavens. People no longer navigated by the moon, but by signals and satellites, artificial moons of their own design. They circled the planet in silent networks, glowing with information instead of reflected sunlight. Humanity had become the new architect of the night, rebuilding the sky to mirror its own needs. And yet, beneath the awe of progress, a quiet unease lingered. The old rhythm was gone. The balance that once tied sky, sea, and soul together now trembled under the strain of constant growth. Scientists, gazing upward through telescopes and instruments, began to notice strange shifts. The moon's orbit was subtly changing, moving away from the Earth by the width of a fingernail each year. To most, it meant nothing. To a few, it was a reminder of how fragile everything truly was. The tides were already fractionally weaker than in ages past. If the moon ever drifted too far, the oceans would calm, but that calm would bring stagnation. Currents that distributed life's breath through the seas would slow. Climates would falter. Life itself would lose its pulse. The idea haunted them, though most of the world ignored it. Humanity had grown used to believing the heavens immutable, constants to be studied, not cared for. Yet, in laboratories and observatories, whispers began to spread that Earth's delicate dance with the moon was not eternal. Energy expended below, rising oceans, melting ice, the roar of burning fuel, was subtly altering the planet's own spin. Every atom moved in relation to every other. Civilization was not separate from the cosmos. It was another gravitational body, exerting its own invisible pull. The fragile orbit of civilization extended beyond physics. Economies, climates, and societies all balanced on invisible tethers, each dependent on another's stability. When one faltered, the motion of the whole shifted. It was a reflection of the same cosmic truth the ancients had once understood. Nothing stands alone. Every balance must be maintained, or collapse becomes inevitable. The architects of the night had built in stone. Modern builders worked in data and steel. But the principle remained the same. A single misalignment, and the entire structure trembled. And yet, amid all this, the moon remained the same steady witness it had always been. It rose over skyscrapers and deserts alike, casting its cool light over wars and celebrations, floods and droughts. To some, it became a symbol of nostalgia, a reminder of a slower, simpler rhythm, when people still felt the pull of something larger than themselves. Artists painted it. Poets still wrote of its calm. Lovers still swore by its glow. Even when drowned by the neon glare of the cities, the moon persisted as a quiet teacher, whispering that balance was never a gift, only a responsibility. Some began to listen again. A small movement grew, one that called itself the Reclaimers of the Sky. They gathered not in temples or towers, but in open fields, far from the noise. They watched the moon and mapped its light, rediscovering the patience their ancestors had known. For them, the act was not religious, but restorative, a way to realign the human rhythm with the celestial. They spoke of the earth and moon not as master and servant, but as partners in motion, bound by a trust older than any civilization. In those quiet gatherings, they found solace in the simplest truth, that the same force that holds the moon in orbit holds everything together. Gravity was not merely physics. It was connection. Between Earth and moon, between people and planet, between memory and meaning. The fragility of their world was not a flaw, but a sign of its beauty, a reminder that balance exists only through care. When night deepened and the city lights dimmed in the distance, they would sit in silence and watch the moon climb higher. Its face, unchanged for billions of years, seemed to glow with patient understanding. It had seen worlds come and go, tides rise and fall, civilizations rise like waves, only to fade into the sea of time. And still it orbited, never perfect, never still, yet always returning. Proof that even the most fragile balance can endure when motion and memory are in harmony. It began as a whisper, an unnoticed tremor in the calm of the heavens. The moon, steady for billions of years, wavered ever so slightly in its path. No one on Earth could see it with their eyes. Not yet. But the machines that watched the sky felt the shift first. Satellites adjusted their orbits by fractions of degrees. Observatories recorded minor deviations in the moon's distance. And a subtle unease rippled through the networks that monitored the cosmos. The data seemed impossible. The moon was falling closer, inch by inch, as though gravity had taken a deeper breath. At first, scientists argued it was an error. The equations were too consistent, the readings too precise to accept easily. They recalibrated, retested, rewrote models. But the numbers would not yield. The moon's descent was real, slow but accelerating. The delicate balance that had governed Earth's tides and rotation since time immemorial was unraveling. Somewhere, deep within the planet's molten heart, or high in the atmosphere's changing weight, something had shifted. Civilization had pushed too long, too hard, against the natural rhythms that had once held it steady. The fragile orbit of the moon had begun to falter, and the sky itself was beginning to fall. At first, the signs were subtle. The tides grew wilder, swelling higher than predicted, carving new scars into coastlines. Fishermen in quiet bays noticed strange patterns in the currents, their boats rocking in unfamiliar rhythms. The moon seemed larger some nights, its face closer and brighter, luminous and unsettling. To those who still remembered the old myths, It looked less like a guardian and more like a returning god, a vast eye opening wider over the world. As the days passed, the pull intensified. The seas rose with greater fury, and the air carried a low hum, a vibration felt rather than heard. Earthquakes rippled through fault lines, small at first but constant, as if the planet itself were bracing against the weight of the returning tide. Observatories confirmed the truth humanity could no longer deny. The moon was drawing nearer at a rate unseen since its violent birth. And with it came chaos. The world's leaders met in urgency, their screens glowing under the same light that now seemed to mock them. Calculations showed that in decades, or perhaps less, the moon would come close enough to tear the Earth's crust apart through tidal strain. The planet would crack under invisible fingers of gravity. But what terrified them more was the unpredictability of it. No one knew if the descent would stop or if the moon would spiral until it shattered against the world that had once been its twin. Panic spread like fire through the veins of civilization. The old reclaimers of the sky, once dismissed as dreamers, were sought out for answers. They spoke not of technology, but of balance, that this was not punishment, but correction. The Earth, they said, was merely reasserting what it had always known, that every force must be answered. The moon's return was not wrath, but memory, gravity remembering its origin. Few listened, but their words lingered in the silence between disasters. As months passed, the moon grew so bright that shadows vanished at night. The world's cities were drenched in silver light, and sleep became rare. Animals moved differently. Birds no longer migrated as before, their sense of navigation lost in the shifting magnetism. Even the air felt altered, denser, charged with invisible energy. The tides became walls of water that devoured coastlines. Rivers reversed course. The great oceans themselves began to roar in unison, drawn by a force they could no longer resist. And then came the night that history would name the Fall. The moon, swollen beyond imagination, filled half the sky. It was no longer the distant companion of old. It was a looming world of stone and crater, its mountains casting visible shadows across the clouds. The Earth's crust groaned under the strain. Tides surged hundreds of meters inland, and volcanoes awakened along the ring of fire, their eruptions glowing red beneath the blinding silver. The atmosphere shimmered with static, and lightning stitched the horizon like veins of white fire. For a brief, terrible moment, the world seemed suspended between gravity and surrender. Some watched in awe, unable to look away. Others prayed, screamed, or stood in silence. Time itself felt stretched thin, the rhythm of the planet faltering. Then came the shock, the great soundless shudder as pieces of the moon's outer crust began to break away. They fell like embers through the sky, burning trails across the night, each one a fragment of a once perfect orbit coming undone. The Earth did not end that night, but it changed forever. The falling fragments became new lights in the heavens, a halo of broken stone that shimmered above the atmosphere. The moon, wounded but intact, steadied once more, as if the collapse had released it from its spiral. The sky no longer looked as it once had. Where there had been one calm, perfect moon, there was now a ring of pale fire, an echo of the 3 moons that had begun this ancient story. And when dawn finally broke, its light fell upon a world remade. The seas had changed shape, the continents reshaped, and the old city stood quiet beneath the new ringed sky. Humanity, trembling and awestruck, looked upward and understood what their ancestors had always known, that the heavens are not eternal, only cyclical, that balance is born not from stillness, but from survival through change. The sky had fallen, but it had also remembered. and in its remembering, it had begun again. When the world finally quieted, it was not peace that followed, but silence, vast, unfamiliar, and absolute. The thunder of collapsing oceans faded into whispers, and the molten glow of the eruptions dimmed to embers. Smoke rose in slow spirals toward a sky unlike any that had ever been seen. Where once a single, steady moon had hung, there now drifted a fractured ring of pale light, shimmering softly like frost. The heavens had changed, and the earth beneath them was still trying to remember how to breathe. In the weeks after the fall, humanity found itself suspended between awe and grief. The sky was hauntingly beautiful, but it was the beauty of aftermath. The glow that comes after fire, the calm that follows exhaustion. The air was cooler now, filled with fine dust that turned the sunlight a muted gold. Nights were bright but eerie, the new ring glowing with ghostly luminescence. No one could look at it without feeling the weight of what had been lost. The moon had not fallen completely, but it was no longer whole. Its fragments traced the curve of the earth like a scar. A luminous wound stretched across the heavens. The tides had not yet learned their new rhythm. The oceans pulsed with confusion, surging and retreating unpredictably. Whole coastlines had vanished, replaced by new lakes and jagged cliffs. Rivers carved unfamiliar paths through the reshaped continents. Civilization, so confident in its mastery of the world, had been forced to start over. Cities near the seas were abandoned, their towers half submerged and glittering in the strange new light. The survivors moved inland, building small settlements near rivers that still remembered how to flow. For a time, no one spoke of rebuilding. Words themselves felt fragile in the enormity of the silence that followed. The constant hum of the modern world, the machines, the traffic, the signals, the endless pulse of communication, was gone. The collapse had silenced much of what humanity had built. But within that stillness, something older began to stir again. People looked to the sky not for information or technology, but for guidance, as their ancestors once had. The ring above became both monument and reminder that even in ruin there was motion, and in motion there was meaning. Days passed differently under the fractured light. The ring scattered the sun's rays, casting soft shadows that moved like ripples. Nights never grew entirely dark. Even when clouds hid the stars, the sky glowed faintly, as though the heavens refused to sleep. The silence deepened into a kind of rhythm, one that humans began to adapt to. Without the noise of cities, they could hear the world again, the wind through the trees, the slow heartbeat of waves against new shores, the soft murmuring of insects. The earth was speaking, quietly but persistently, and humanity, for the first time in centuries, listened. In this new age, time itself seemed slower. The ring moved gradually overhead, its debris drifting in patterns that changed week by week. Some fragments glowed brighter than others, catching the sunlight and scattering it like distant lanterns. People began to track their movement, mapping the cycles of brightness and shadow. They found that the ring's fragments reflected not chaos, but order. Their paths aligned into repeating arcs, predictable and harmonious, as though the remnants of the old moon had learned to dance together again. It was not the old stability, but a new one. Fragile, yes, but graceful. From the ruins of the cities came a quiet awakening. The survivors who once looked to machines for progress now turned their eyes to the heavens, rekindling the lost science of observation. They built simple instruments, mirrors, lenses, carefully placed stones, and began to record the patterns of the ring. Children learned to measure time by the movement of its brightest shards. Farmers learned when to plant by the way its light bent across the horizon. The silence that had once been suffocating became sacred. It was no longer an absence, but a presence, a canvas upon which the world could begin again. As the decades passed, the ring became the new moon, its glow woven into every story and every ritual. People no longer feared the sky's fragility. They revered it. The old poet's wisdom had returned through necessity. Balance could never be taken for granted, and all creation carried the memory of destruction. Humanity began to speak softly again, their languages reshaped by humility. They sang songs of the moon that was, and the ring that now encircled them. A circle broken yet unending, like the rhythm of life itself. In the end, the age of silence was not an age of despair, but of reflection. The earth had survived its own unraveling, and so had those who called it home. Beneath the ghostly ring, they rediscovered what their ancestors had always known, that to exist was to move in harmony with the forces that shaped the cosmos. The silence was not emptiness. It was remembrance. The sky had fallen, but in its stillness, it had taught the world how to listen once more. The earth healed slowly, as all wounded things do. The great ring that circled the planet, born from the shattered bones of the moon, became the measure of time and the teacher of patience. Its fragments moved with stately precision, casting shifting shadows that traced delicate patterns on the land below. From those shadows, humanity began to learn again, not through dominance or invention, but through observation. The lessons of survival had been written not in books, but in dust, layered across the surface of the world like pages of an ancient text waiting to be read. Generations passed beneath the pale glow of the ring. The silence that had once felt heavy had softened into rhythm. Life had adapted to the new light, its creatures moving in harmony with the faint, constant shimmer from above. Forests grew beneath the muted sky, their leaves broader to drink in the dim sun. Flowers opened at strange hours, guided by the subtle rise and fall of reflected light. Even the tides, though weakened, found balance again, drawn by the faint pull of the remaining fragments still locked in orbit. Nature had rewritten its rules, reminding humanity that the earth itself was the greatest teacher. The survivors, descendants of those who had witnessed the fall, learned to live by reading the land. They studied wind-carved ridges and patterns in the dust, learning when storms would come or when rivers would change course. The old technology had faded into myth, its remnants buried beneath centuries of sand. What had once been data was now intuition. What had once been science was now story. Yet in those stories was a truth far older than any machine could hold, that the world always remembers even when its children forget. In the deserts where the old cities had once stood, the ruins were half buried, their outlines barely visible beneath the dunes. The people called them ghost horizons, lines of memory drawn by the hands of ancestors who had built too high and too fast. The wind moved through the hollow towers and carried their echoes across the plains. The children listened and said the ghosts were speaking. The elders smiled sadly and told them they were right. The earth never forgets. It simply whispers through dust. The ring above became their scripture. Each season, its fragments shifted slightly, brightening in cycles that mirrored the growth of crops and the migration of animals. The people charted these changes with the same reverence their ancestors once gave to the moon. They built new markers from stone, not towering monuments of ambition, but simple alignments that measured light and shadow. When the brightest shard passed directly over the horizon at midsummer, they gathered to celebrate. It was not a festival of worship, but one of gratitude. to the balance that had returned, and to the resilience that had carried them through the silence. With time, the dust that had blanketed the world after the fall settled into the soil, rich with minerals from the shattered moon. Crops grew stronger, roots sinking deep into the memory of the earth. Every harvest reminded the people of what had been lost and what had been gained. They spoke of the fall not as a tragedy, but as a transformation, a lesson written in catastrophe, preserved in the soil, and retold in every generation's song. Some among them began to study again, to measure the sky with instruments made from glass and stone. They called themselves rememberers. Their goal was not to conquer knowledge, but to preserve it, to translate the slow language of nature back into human understanding. They saw how the ring's fragments moved in harmony, maintaining perfect balance despite their brokenness. They believed this was the universe's most important truth, that even the shattered could remain whole in motion. From their studies, new insights emerged. They discovered that the faint glow of the ring altered the temperature of the atmosphere, cooling the world and stabilizing its winds. The Earth had entered a gentler climate, one that nurtured growth and quiet. It was as if the planet itself had learned from its own mistakes, choosing calm over fever, reflection over rage. Humanity, too, seemed to mirror this change. They no longer sought to dominate, but to participate, to live as part of the orbit that sustained them. The lessons written in dust were not carved in stone or stored in machines. They were remembered in rhythm, in the way the wind shaped the dunes, in the curve of roots following moisture through soil, in the gentle sway of the oceans beneath the fractured sky. The people had become humble again, not out of fear, but understanding. They knew now that every creation carried its cost, and every fall its wisdom. The dust that had once choked the world now nourished it, just as loss had nourished remembrance. And so, beneath the quiet ring that shimmered like a memory of the moons that once were, humanity continued, not as masters of the earth, but as students of it. They built no towers, carved no empires. Instead, they left only traces, lines in sand, circles of stone, and songs carried by the wind. The sky had written its lessons in dust, and the world had finally learned to read. The ring had grown thinner with time. Its fragments, once brilliant ribbons of reflected sunlight, now drifted in sparse clusters, their glow faint and ghost-like against the deepening sky. Centuries had passed since the fall, and humanity had grown quiet and contemplative beneath this soft canopy. The earth had stabilized, its rhythm slow and sure once more, and the people who walked upon it no longer feared the heavens. They saw themselves reflected there. A species once scattered and restless, now bound together by the calm of endurance. The ring, though fading, had become their mirror, a symbol of what remained when all else was stripped away. Life had returned to richness, but not excess. Villages stood where forests met rivers, and their dwellings were built to breathe with the land rather than rise above it. The people had learned the art of balance, crafting homes of clay and timber that would crumble gracefully back into the earth when abandoned. They measured their days not by machines or signals, but by the light of the ring and the tilt of the sun. In the evenings, they gathered to tell stories, stories not of conquest or technology, but of remembering. The fall was no longer history. It was identity. Among the storytellers were the new watchers of the sky, descendants of the rememberers who had once studied the ring's motion. Their task was no longer to predict or to warn, but simply to understand. They watched how the fragments moved and faded, how their orbits drifted into silence. They had come to accept that the ring, like all things, would one day vanish completely. but its lessons had already been absorbed into the soul of the world. The sky, they said, is the Earth's reflection. It shows us what we are. And so the people began to look upward, not for knowledge, but for perspective. In the pale light of the ring, they saw themselves, not as conquerors, but as a species of cycles, born to create, destroy, and rebuild. The patterns of their ancestors had been those of ambition. The patterns of the present were those of harmony. They had found peace, not by stillness, but by finally moving in time with the world that sustained them. The children grew up knowing the ring as both a relic and a teacher. They played beneath its glow, tracing its faint arcs across the night, asking questions their elders answered with gentle smiles. There were no longer warnings in the stories, only wisdom. Yet even in this quiet age, curiosity still burned. Some among the watchers noticed strange things in their studies. New streaks of light that appeared for only moments. Distant glimmers that did not belong to the ring. They wondered if remnants of the old world, the machines their ancestors had cast into the void, were still out there, orbiting unseen, catching the sun like fragments of memory. Others said these lights were pieces of the ring itself, finally breaking free of Earth's pull and drifting into the dark beyond. The debates were calm, thoughtful, never desperate. Humanity no longer sought to control the heavens. They simply wished to understand their place within them. As the generations deepened, art and science became one again. Painters worked beside astronomers, their canvases filled with patient, swirling skies. Poets wrote of the ring as if it were a spirit slowly ascending, departing not in tragedy, but in grace. Builders shaped their structures with curves that mimicked the arcs of orbit, leaving open roofs for moonlight and rain. Everything became reflection, every motion on Earth a quiet echo of something celestial. The people had learned that to live in balance was to live as a mirror, to let the world pass through without trying to hold it. One night, under the thinnest crescent of the fading ring, an elder stood before her people and spoke softly. "The sky remembers everything," she said. "And so does the earth. We too are memory. We are what remains between the falling and the rising." Her words drifted through the cool air, mingling with the sound of the river. Around her, the villagers listened in silence, the ring light glimmering in their eyes like the reflection of a distant flame. No one feared the end of the ring. They understood now that nothing in the universe is ever truly lost, only transformed. When, years later, the last of the ring's fragments finally burned away in the atmosphere, the night grew darker than any living soul had ever known. But in that darkness, the stars returned, clearer, sharper, more infinite than before. The people stood beneath them in wonder, realizing that the sky had not abandoned them. It had simply revealed itself anew. The mirror of the present was no longer above, but within. The quiet awareness that every generation carried the reflection of all that had come before. The world turned on, serene and luminous. Humanity, wiser now, moved in step with it. They had learned from moons and from silence, from ruin and renewal, from the endless dialogue between dust and light. And when they looked upward into the pure, starlit sky, they saw not gods or omens, but themselves, part of the same endless motion, beautiful in their impermanence, eternal in their remembering. When the last of the ring had vanished into the dark, the sky seemed empty for the first time in living memory. Yet on certain nights, when the air was cold and perfectly still, a faint shimmer appeared near the horizon, an echo of light, soft and fleeting. It was not a star, nor a fragment of the old ring. It was the moon, the survivor moon, scarred, dimmed, but enduring. Long forgotten beneath its own ruin, it had steadied itself once more, returning slowly to the heavens it had once ruled. At first, the people thought it was a dream, a trick of the atmosphere. The glow rose low and pale, no brighter than a lantern seen through mist. But as weeks passed, it grew more defined, its shape undeniable. The watchers of the sky were the first to recognize it. Their instruments, simple lenses polished by hand, caught its curve, its uneven gleam. They saw the craters carved deep by the fall, and the long shadowed plains that stretched across its face like the wrinkles of age. The survivor moon had come home, not whole, but alive. Its reappearance stirred something ancient within humanity. For generations, they had lived beneath the soft constancy of the ring, guided by its even glow. Now the moon's light was uneven, changing night to night. It waxed and waned in slow rhythm, reintroducing contrast to the world. Shadows lengthened again, nights deepened. The people who had once grown used to perpetual twilight found themselves gazing upward in renewed awe. The dark had returned, but it was no longer feared. It was necessary. The space between light where meaning could grow. The elders told stories to the children, saying that the moon had gone away to heal, that when it had shattered, its spirit had spread across the sky, learning patience in silence. And now it had gathered itself once more, returning to remind the earth of endurance. The children listened, eyes wide, tracing its shape with their fingers. They were told that the moon was not new, but reborn, that nothing truly vanished, only transformed. The same lesson that had been written in dust now glowed again in the night. In its returning light, the world seemed to awaken anew. The oceans, still faintly tuned to its gravity, began to move with renewed vigor. Gentle tides returned, tracing familiar lines along the reshaped shores. Seeds that had lain dormant for seasons began to sprout, responding to the faint pull of lunar rhythm. Even the winds shifted subtly, as though the earth itself recognized its old companion and exhaled in relief. The world had missed its moon. It had been incomplete without it. And now, the balance of their shared orbit began once again to hum in quiet harmony. The watchers studied tirelessly, tracking every movement, every shift in brightness. They noticed that the moon's orbit was slightly altered. Closer, slower, more deliberate. It no longer drifted as it once had. Its presence felt intimate, deliberate, as if it had chosen to stay near this time. The watchers wrote in their journals that perhaps this was how the universe healed, not by returning things to what they were, but by teaching them how to move differently. The survivor moon, they said, was not the same, and neither were they. As the years passed, the moon's light grew steadier. It became the silent center of the world's new stories, as it had been at the dawn of the first civilizations. Songs rose again, songs of birth, of tides, of time's unending flow. Artists carved its likeness into clay and stone, their hands guided by reverence rather than ambition. Farmers planted in rhythm with its phases. Lovers spoke vows beneath it. Children learned to count the months by its waxing and waning. Life, once again, found meaning in the turning of the sky. And yet, even in its return, the moon remained different. Its light was softer, tinted faintly with gold, as though carrying the memory of the ring that had surrounded it. Its surface bore new scars, silent reminders of collapse and survival. When people looked at it, they saw both beauty and fragility, a reflection of their own world, their own history. The survivor moon had become a mirror, not of perfection, but of endurance. It reminded them that every fracture carries its own light, and that strength is not found in what remains unbroken, but in what learns to shine through the cracks. Under its glow, humanity thrived once more. The watchers wrote that the Earth and its moon had entered a final understanding, a partnership renewed, not of command, but of quiet companionship. The tides no longer raged, the seasons no longer drifted. The sky was whole again, but transformed. The survivor moon watched from above, its gaze ancient and forgiving, knowing that both it and the world below had learned the same truth. That time heals by changing, not restoring. And so the nights passed, silver and deep. The people lived with gratitude, carrying forward the wisdom of silence, the patience of the ring, and the light of the survivor moon. It had seen fire, chaos, and loss beyond measure. Yet it still rose each night, unhurried and unafraid. It no longer ruled the sky, it simply shared it. And in its calm, unbroken glow, the world below learned to do the same. The night sky had become a vast, breathing memory. The survivor moon moved slowly across it, luminous and calm, carrying within its glow the quiet story of everything that had come before. Its light no longer ruled the darkness, but softened it, turning the hours of night into a time of reflection rather than fear. When people looked upward now, they did not see emptiness or loss. They saw continuity, an unbroken thread stretching from the chaos of creation to the stillness of the present. The sky remembered everything, and through it, so did humanity. Generations had passed since the return of the moon. The great cities of the old world had long dissolved into soil, their metals reclaimed by the earth. In their place grew living settlements, villages built from clay, water, and wind, designed not to defy nature, but to move with it. People rose with the dawn and rested beneath the moonlight, their lives measured by cycles of growth and rest. They had no need for the machines or empires of the past. The sky was enough. It provided rhythm, wonder, and perspective. The quiet knowledge that existence itself was part of something enduring. Children learned early to trace the constellations, their teachers showing them where each one had shifted over the centuries. The patterns had changed slightly, the scars of old collisions written subtly across the heavens. The constellations told stories not just of gods and creatures, but of the moons that once danced together above the earth. There was a constellation of 3 intertwined circles, called the Sisters, said to represent the lost moons who had given their lives to make the world whole again. The children loved this story most. They would look up at the survivor moon and whisper thanks to her silent companions who had vanished into dust and light. The watchers of the sky kept their gentle vigil. Their observatories were open gardens rather than towers, places of stillness where one could listen as much as observe. Through polished lenses of crystal, they watched the faint shimmer of lunar reflection and recorded it on parchment made from pressed reeds. Their maps of the heavens were not charts of control, but songs written in lines of ink, each one a note in the melody of time. They said that every grain of dust, every ripple of light, was part of the sky's memory, and that memory, once born, could never truly die. As centuries folded into each other, the bond between Earth and sky deepened. The survivor moon's orbit, though slow, had stabilized fully. Its light, though scarred, grew steady and sure. Humanity had entered an age of balance, one without striving or conquest. Knowledge was still sought, but it was knowledge that healed rather than dominated. When storms rose, they were met with patience. For the people remembered the ages when rain had fallen endlessly. When droughts came, they turned to the lessons carved in stone, knowing that the earth's memory could guide them through. Everything they needed to know had already been written, by wind, by water, by the sky itself. One evening, as twilight spread across the horizon, a young watcher stood beside the river and saw something strange. Reflected in the rippling water were faint rings around the moon, delicate halos, not of dust or debris, but of ice high in the atmosphere. They shimmered faintly like the echoes of the ancient ring that had once circled the earth. The watcher called it a remembrance, a whisper from the past. Others gathered to see, and as they watched the halo fade, they wept softly, not from sorrow, but from gratitude. The sky had not forgotten its story. It had simply found new ways to tell it. Over the years, those halos appeared again and again, sometimes faint, sometimes bright, marking the changing seasons like silent anniversaries. Each time they appeared, the people would pause in their work, standing beneath the glow in reverent stillness. They would tell their children that the sky was remembering, that it was not a ghost of loss, but a promise of endurance. Even the stars seemed to hum faintly in agreement, their light mingling with the moon's glow in perfect harmony. The poets began to call this age the remembering. They wrote verses that spoke of unity, of a planet and its moon, learning to move as one heartbeat. The sky remembers, they wrote, and because it remembers, so do we. These poems became part of every ceremony, sung at births and farewells alike. For in those words was the essence of everything humanity had learned, that memory was not meant to bind them to sorrow, but to remind them of resilience. And so the sky remained, a living archive, vast and gentle, its every shimmer a fragment of story. The survivor moon traced its slow path above the world, no longer the ruler of tides or keeper of calendars, but a companion, a guardian of memory. Beneath it, the earth turned, lush and breathing, its people carrying within them the wisdom of eons. In time, the watchers wrote their final observation. The sky is not above us. It is within us. Its memory is ours, and ours is its own. And with that understanding, humanity at last found peace. The storms had passed, the silence had spoken, and the moons had told their final tale. All that remained was the glow of the survivor moon, a single, steady light in an eternal sky that remembered everything and forgot nothing.